The Art of the Italian Renaissance. Masterpieces from a Transformative Era. Written by High Event. Narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1. Introduction to the Italian Renaissance. The Italian Renaissance, which spanned from the 14th to the 17th centuries, marked a profound shift in the world of art, culture, and thought. Emerging from the turbulent Middle Ages, this period is often regarded as the beginning of the modern era, characterized by a rediscovery of classical antiquity, humanism, and a renewed focus on individualism. The term Renaissance, meaning rebirth, reflects the renewed interest in the culture, philosophy, and art of ancient Greece and Rome that defined this transformative period. At the heart of the Renaissance was the idea of humanism, a philosophical outlook that emphasized the potential for human achievement and sought to celebrate the individual. Humanist scholars and artists believed that by studying the classical works of antiquity, they could unlock new possibilities for human creativity and intellect. This perspective led to a flourishing of art that depicted human beings not just as divine figures, but as real, living individuals with emotion, personality, and complexity. The Italian city-states, particularly Florence, Venice, and Rome, played a central role in the development of Renaissance art. Florence, often considered the birthplace of the Renaissance, was home to powerful patrons such as the Medici family, whose support of the arts led to the flourishing of creative talent. The wealth generated by trade, banking, and the patronage of the arts created an environment where artists could experiment with new techniques, perspectives, and subjects. The Medici family, in particular, were not just financial supporters, but active contributors to the intellectual and artistic atmosphere, commissioning works from some of the greatest artists of the time. This period also saw the rise of the artist as a central figure in society, shifting from the anonymous craftsmen of the Middle Ages to celebrated individuals like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael. Their genius was recognized not only by patrons, but also by the broader public, cementing their legacy as some of the most influential figures in the history of art. The Renaissance marked a break from the medieval focus on religious symbolism, instead embracing the study of anatomy, nature, and the human form. Artists employed groundbreaking techniques such as perspective, which gave their works a sense of depth and realism never before seen in art. The Italian Renaissance was not just an artistic revolution. It was a cultural movement that influenced literature, science, and philosophy. The intellectual revival of classical texts, along with advancements in mathematics, astronomy, and anatomy, fostered an environment of innovation. This period, with its focus on the celebration of human potential, laid the foundation for the modern Western world. Overview of the Renaissance period. The Renaissance was a period of profound cultural, intellectual, and artistic transformation that spanned roughly from the 14th to the 17th century, bridging the gap between the Middle Ages and the modern era. Originating in Italy, the movement gradually spread across Europe, fundamentally reshaping the way people thought about art, science, philosophy, and society. The word Renaissance, meaning rebirth, encapsulates the era's rediscovery of the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, which had been largely forgotten during the medieval period. This revival sparked a new era of innovation, creativity, and intellectual curiosity. At its core, the Renaissance was driven by the rise of humanism, a philosophical movement that emphasized the potential of human beings and their ability to shape their own destinies. Humanists believed that through the study of classical texts and the pursuit of knowledge, people could achieve greatness in all areas of life. This shift in thinking had a profound impact on the arts, as artists began to focus on realistic depictions of the human form, perspective, and emotion. The Renaissance saw the emergence of some of the most celebrated artists in history, such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, whose works continue to define the period today. The Renaissance also saw significant advancements in science and technology. Innovators like Galileo, Copernicus, and Vesalius challenged long-standing beliefs about the universe, the human body, and the natural world. Their discoveries laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution, marking the beginning of modern science. In addition to scientific progress, the Renaissance saw the development of new artistic techniques, such as linear perspective, which allowed artists to create more lifelike three-dimensional compositions. Politically and economically, the Renaissance was shaped by the rise of powerful city-states, particularly in Italy, where Florence, Venice, and Rome became centers of art, culture, and commerce. The wealth generated by trade and banking allowed these city-states to fund the arts, attracting renowned artists, architects, and scholars. The Medici family, in Florence, became one of the most famous patrons of the period, helping to foster the flourishing of Renaissance art and culture. Overall, the Renaissance marked a break from the medieval mindset, embracing a new era of individualism, intellectual exploration, and artistic achievement. Its influence continues to resonate in the modern world, shaping Western culture and ideas across centuries. Social, political, and cultural transformations. The Renaissance was a period marked by profound social, political, and cultural transformations that reshaped Europe and set the stage for the modern world. These changes were driven by a renewed interest in classical antiquity, the rise of humanism, and shifts in economic and political power structures. Together, these factors contributed to an era of intellectual growth, artistic innovation, and social upheaval. Socially, the Renaissance witnessed the gradual decline of feudalism and the rise of a more urban, merchant-based society. The wealth generated by trade, particularly in Italy's prosperous city-states like Florence, Venice, and Milan, led to the emergence of a powerful middle class. This new social class, consisting of bankers, merchants, and skilled artisans, began to challenge the traditional authority of the nobility and the clergy. The newfound wealth and influence of these merchants, many of whom became patrons of the arts, allowed for greater cultural and intellectual developments. Furthermore, the idea of individualism gained traction, with people beginning to focus more on personal achievement, self-expression, and individual rights, a marked shift from the collective mindset of the Middle Ages. Politically, the Renaissance saw the rise of powerful city-states and the decline of medieval monarchies. In Italy, city-states like Florence, Venice, and Rome became dominant political entities, each with its own form of governance. In Florence, the Medici family played a key role in shaping the city's political and cultural landscape, establishing themselves as rulers and patrons of the arts. Meanwhile, in other parts of Europe, monarchs in countries such as France and England consolidated power, moving away from feudalism toward more centralized states. This period also witnessed the beginnings of modern diplomacy, as European rulers sought to form alliances and manage political relationships through negotiation and treaties, rather than through warfare alone. Culturally, the Renaissance marked a revival of classical ideas and artistic expression. The intellectual movement of humanism, which emphasized the study of ancient Greek and Roman texts, fueled a renewed interest in philosophy, science, and the arts. This cultural shift led to the flourishing of art, with artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael producing works that celebrated human beauty, emotion, and the natural world. The Renaissance also saw the development of new artistic techniques, such as linear perspective and chiaroscuro, that allowed for more realistic and dynamic representations of the human form and the world around them. Together, these social, political, and cultural transformations laid the foundation for the modern world. The Renaissance not only revolutionized art and intellectual thought, but also altered the very fabric of European society, setting in motion the developments that would define the next several centuries. Influence of ancient Greek and Roman art. The influence of ancient Greek and Roman art played a pivotal role in the development of Renaissance art, serving as both a foundation and an inspiration for the artists of the period. The Renaissance, often described as a rebirth of classical antiquity, saw the rediscovery and reinterpretation of the artistic ideals and techniques that had flourished in ancient Greece and Rome. This classical revival was a driving force behind many of the innovations in art, sculpture, and architecture during the Renaissance. In particular, the Renaissance embraced the Greek ideal of humanism, which focused on the potential of the individual and celebrated the beauty and dignity of the human form. Ancient Greek artists had sought to create sculptures that captured the human body in its most idealized and harmonious proportions, an approach that Renaissance artists would adopt and refine. Sculptors like Michelangelo, who created masterpieces such as the David, drew directly from the classical tradition, seeking to achieve the same level of anatomical precision and realism that characterized Greek sculptures like the Discobolus, the discus thrower, or the Venus de Milo. The Renaissance's study of ancient sculptures, many of which were rediscovered during this period, provided a visual language for artists to explore the human body with unprecedented depth and accuracy. Greek and Roman art also influenced Renaissance painters who sought to capture not only the human form, but the emotions and stories of mythology, history, and religion. The use of perspective, for instance, was based on a study of Roman architectural principles. Roman frescoes, mosaics, and reliefs offered valuable insights into the use of space and the relationship between the figures and their surroundings. This allowed Renaissance artists to create a sense of depth and realism in their paintings, as seen in works like Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper or Raphael's The School of Athens, which employed perspective to bring a sense of three-dimensionality to the two-dimensional canvas. Additionally, Roman architecture had a lasting impact on Renaissance buildings. The revival of columns, arches, and domes, as well as the use of proportion and symmetry, became key elements of Renaissance architecture. This classical influence can be seen in the works of architects like Filippo Brunelleschi, whose design of the dome of the Florence Cathedral echoed the grandeur of ancient Roman buildings. In essence, the rediscovery of ancient Greek and Roman art during the Renaissance provided the intellectual and aesthetic foundation upon which the period's artistic achievements were built. By looking to the past, Renaissance artists were able to create works that not only reflected the classical ideals of beauty, harmony, and order, but also pushed the boundaries of creativity, ultimately shaping the course of Western art for centuries to come. Key figures in the Renaissance. The Renaissance produced a remarkable array of artists, thinkers, and innovators whose contributions continue to shape the world today. These key figures, through their groundbreaking work in art, science, literature, and philosophy, were central to the cultural transformation of the period. Among them, three names stand out: Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, whose artistry defined the Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci, often considered the quintessential Renaissance man, embodied the period's fusion of art and science. Known for masterpieces such as Mona Lisa and The Last Supper, Leonardo's work revolutionized the way artists approached human anatomy, perspective, and emotion. He was not only a painter, but also an inventor, engineer, and scientist, whose sketches and observations in notebooks revealed a genius whose curiosity spanned every aspect of life. His understanding of human anatomy and the natural world brought an unprecedented level of realism and depth to his art. Leonardo's work epitomized the Renaissance ideal of blending the intellectual and artistic realms. Michelangelo Buonarroti, another towering figure of the Renaissance, is best known for his sculptures such as David and Pietà, which captured the human form in ways that had never been seen before. Michelangelo's ability to convey intense emotion and movement in marble made him a revolutionary sculptor. His work on the Sistine Chapel ceiling in the Vatican, which includes the iconic creation of Adam, showcased his skill in fresco painting and his deep understanding of human anatomy. Michelangelo's genius was not only in his technique, but in his ability to bring human emotion and divine spirituality together in his work. Raphael Sanzio, while younger than Leonardo and Michelangelo, was no less influential. His frescoes, including the School of Athens and the Transfiguration, are prime examples of Renaissance harmony, grace, and the integration of classical ideals with Christian themes. Raphael's ability to balance composition, color, and perspective made his work widely admired during his lifetime and remains a standard of excellence in the art world. His mastery of creating idealized human figures and his use of perspective were groundbreaking in their time. Other notable figures included the architect Filippo Brunelleschi, who designed the dome of the Florence Cathedral, and the philosopher Niccolò Machiavelli, whose political treatises, like The Prince, had a lasting impact on political thought. Writers such as Dante Alighieri, Petrarch, and Giovanni Boccaccio laid the groundwork for Renaissance literature by reviving classical themes and humanist ideas. Together, these figures and many others fueled the Renaissance's intellectual, artistic, and cultural explosion, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire and influence contemporary thought and creativity. The rebirth of classical antiquity. The Renaissance, often referred to as a rebirth, marked a profound revival of the classical ideals and cultural achievements of ancient Greece and Rome. This resurgence was not just an artistic or architectural revival, but a broader cultural movement that sought to rediscover and build upon the intellectual and artistic traditions of antiquity. By re-engaging with the classical world, the Renaissance set the foundation for many of the intellectual, artistic, and scientific advancements that followed. At the heart of this rebirth was humanism, an intellectual movement that emphasized the study of ancient Greek and Roman texts, which were seen as the epitome of knowledge and wisdom. Humanists believed that by returning to these classical sources, they could inspire a new age of intellectual and cultural flourishing. Figures like Petrarch and Erasmus advocated for the study of ancient philosophy, literature, and history, while also challenging the medieval focus on religious doctrine. They believed that understanding the classical past would provide insight into human nature, morality, and governance, thus shaping a more enlightened future. The rediscovery of ancient Roman and Greek art was equally transformative. Artists, inspired by the classical ideals of proportion, symmetry, and humanism, sought to emulate the achievements of ancient sculptors and painters. Renaissance artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael looked to the art of antiquity for guidance in portraying the human form, anatomy, and perspective. The statues of ancient Greek sculptors such as Phidias and Praxiteles, with their idealized depictions of the human body, became models for Renaissance sculptors. Likewise, the use of perspective in painting, which was pioneered by the ancient Greeks and Romans in their frescoes and mosaics, was revived and perfected by artists such as Brunelleschi and da Vinci. In architecture, the Renaissance saw a revival of classical forms, including the use of columns, arches, and domes. Architects like Filippo Brunelleschi and Andrea Palladio drew inspiration from Roman buildings, such as the Pantheon, and integrated classical elements into the design of churches, palaces, and public buildings. This return to classical architecture was not only about aesthetic beauty, but also about reestablishing the principles of order, harmony, and balance that the ancients valued. Ultimately, the rebirth of classical antiquity during the Renaissance was a multifaceted movement that influenced not only art and architecture, but also philosophy, science, and literature. By looking to the past, Renaissance thinkers and artists sought to create a new future, one that embraced human potential and the pursuit of knowledge, echoing the accomplishments of the classical world while striving to surpass them. Chapter 2. The Foundations of Renaissance Art. The foundations of Renaissance art were built on a deep reverence for the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, along with an evolving understanding of the human form, perspective, and the natural world. This period marked a departure from the more stylized and symbolic art of the Middle Ages, ushering in a new focus on realism, individual expression, and the exploration of human emotion. Several key elements laid the groundwork for this artistic revolution, including the development of humanism, the study of anatomy, the rediscovery of perspective, and the influence of patronage. Humanism, the intellectual movement that placed human experience at the center of learning and artistic expression, was crucial in shaping Renaissance art. Artists during this period sought to capture not only the outward appearance of their subjects, but also the inner essence and emotions. Inspired by the classical focus on human dignity and beauty, Renaissance artists aimed to depict the human form in its most idealized and natural state. This was a departure from the medieval emphasis on divine or symbolic representation. By reviving the study of ancient Greek and Roman texts, artists turned their attention to proportion, balance, and harmony in their compositions, drawing upon the mathematical principles that had defined classical art. The study of anatomy played a critical role in Renaissance art as well. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo went beyond superficial depictions of the human body, dissecting cadavers and closely studying bone structure, muscle movement, and the intricate details of the human form. This commitment to scientific observation allowed them to create more accurate and lifelike representations. Michelangelo's David, for instance, is not only a masterpiece of sculptural technique, but also a testament to the artist's understanding of human anatomy, capturing the tense muscles and poised figure with striking realism. The rediscovery of linear perspective was another foundational breakthrough in Renaissance art. Prior to the Renaissance, most medieval art lacked depth and dimension, appearing flat and two-dimensional. However, artists such as Filippo Brunelleschi and Leon Battista Alberti developed techniques for creating the illusion of depth on a flat surface. This new understanding of perspective transformed painting, allowing for more dynamic and realistic compositions, as seen in works like Da Vinci's The Last Supper and Raphael's The School of Athens. Lastly, the influence of patronage during the Renaissance played a significant role in the development of art. Wealthy families, particularly in Italy, commissioned works from artists to enhance their personal status and political power. The Medici family, for example, were renowned patrons of the arts, supporting artists like Botticelli, Michelangelo, and Leonardo. This influx of financial support allowed artists to push the boundaries of their craft, experiment with new techniques, and create lasting masterpieces that would define the Renaissance. In sum, the foundations of Renaissance art were built on the convergence of humanism, scientific observation, perspective, and patronage. These elements created a fertile environment for the artistic innovations that would follow, forever changing the course of Western art history. Humanism and its impact on art. Humanism, one of the driving forces behind the Renaissance, profoundly influenced the development of art during this transformative period. Rooted in the study of classical Greek and Roman texts, humanism emphasized the importance of the individual, human experience, and the pursuit of knowledge. This philosophical movement placed humanity at the center of the intellectual and artistic world, challenging the medieval focus on religious themes and divine representations. As a result, Renaissance artists shifted their attention to the human figure, emotion, and natural world, marking a significant departure from the more symbolic and abstract art of the Middle Ages. One of the most notable impacts of humanism on Renaissance art was the renewed focus on the human form. Humanists believed that studying the works of ancient Greek and Roman artists would lead to a deeper understanding of human nature and the idealized body. This belief spurred artists to observe, study, and represent the human figure with unprecedented accuracy and realism. Figures like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael sought to capture the beauty, complexity, and emotions of the human body, breaking away from the more stylized depictions of the medieval period. Michelangelo's David and Leonardo's Vitruvian Man exemplify this humanist approach to art, showcasing the ideal proportions and anatomical accuracy inspired by classical models. Humanism also encouraged the exploration of secular themes in art, in addition to the traditional religious subjects that dominated the Middle Ages. While Christian imagery remained a key aspect of Renaissance art, humanist ideas led to the inclusion of more mythological, historical, and philosophical themes. Artists began to depict not only religious figures, but also classical gods, heroes, and philosophers. Raphael's The School of Athens, for example, features a gathering of ancient Greek philosophers, including Plato and Aristotle, surrounded by other important intellectual figures, symbolizing the fusion of classical antiquity with Renaissance thought. Additionally, humanism placed great emphasis on the importance of the individual, and this was reflected in the increasing prominence of portraiture during the Renaissance. Artists began to paint not only religious figures and royalty, but also ordinary people, capturing their personalities, emotions, and social status. Portraits such as those by Jan van Eyck and Titian demonstrated the humanist desire to elevate the individual and recognize the complexity of human identity. In summary, humanism had a profound impact on Renaissance art by shifting the focus from religious symbolism to the celebration of the human form, the exploration of secular themes, and the recognition of the individual. Through the influence of humanism, Renaissance artists pushed the boundaries of artistic expression, creating works that celebrated humanity's potential and the intellectual achievements of the past. The role of patrons and commissions. Patrons and commissions played a pivotal role in shaping the direction of Renaissance art, providing both financial support and creative direction for many of the period's greatest masterpieces. During the Renaissance, art was not only a form of personal expression, but also a tool of social, political, and religious influence. Wealthy patrons, including powerful families, church leaders, and political figures, commissioned artworks to enhance their own prestige, communicate their values, and express their influence. In return, artists gained both financial support and opportunities to push their artistic boundaries, leading to the creation of works that would define the Renaissance era. One of the most influential groups of patrons during the Renaissance was the Medici family, who were based in Florence. As bankers and political figures, the Medici were among the wealthiest and most influential families in Europe, and they became renowned patrons of the arts. They not only supported established artists, but also nurtured new talent, such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Botticelli. The Medici's commissions often had personal, political, and religious motivations, and they used art to solidify their power, enhance their image, and convey their role as both civic leaders and devout Christians. For instance, their patronage of Michelangelo's David was both a display of their support for Florence's civic identity and a symbol of their personal legacy. The church also played a significant role in patronizing Renaissance art, with popes and bishops commissioning works for churches, cathedrals, and chapels across Italy. The Vatican itself became a hub for artistic commissions, with figures like Pope Julius II commissioning works from Michelangelo and Raphael. These commissions often carried deep religious significance, but they also served as tools for political and ideological influence. The Sistine Chapel ceiling, painted by Michelangelo, was not only a religious narrative, but also a statement about papal power and divine authority. The commissioning of such monumental works reflected the Church's desire to assert its dominance and maintain a strong presence in the cultural and intellectual life of the time. Beyond religious and political patrons, wealthy merchants and civic leaders also contributed to the flourishing of art during the Renaissance. They saw art as a means of enhancing their status and demonstrating their wealth and sophistication. Commissioning portraits, private altarpieces, and elaborate decorations for their homes and public spaces allowed these patrons to display their cultural and financial power. In sum, patrons and commissions were essential to the Renaissance artistic revolution. They provided the resources, opportunities, and direction for artists, and their support led to the creation of some of the most important works in Western art history. Through their influence, patrons helped shape the cultural and intellectual landscape of the period, and their legacies remain intertwined with the art they commissioned. The rise of the artist as an individual. The Renaissance period witnessed a dramatic shift in the role of the artist, with a growing recognition of the artist as an individual genius. Prior to this era, artists were often seen as craftsmen or laborers working within the confines of guilds, producing work dictated by the needs and demands of their patrons. However, during the Renaissance, artists began to be celebrated not only for their technical skill, but also for their unique creative vision, intellectual achievements, and personal contributions to culture. This transformation was partly due to the influence of humanism, which emphasized the potential of the individual and the value of personal achievement. Humanism encouraged artists to study and emulate the works of classical antiquity, while also fostering an environment where individual expression was highly valued. As a result, artists began to see themselves not simply as artisans serving a particular purpose, but as creators capable of shaping the future of art and thought. One of the most significant changes during the Renaissance was the shift in how artists were perceived by society. Figures like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Titian became more than just skilled workers. They were regarded as intellectuals and innovators. Artists like Leonardo, for example, were celebrated not only for their paintings, but also for their writings, scientific studies, and inventions. This multidimensional approach to art and creativity elevated the status of the artist, enabling them to be recognized as leading figures in their time. Moreover, the artist's role as a creative individual was also reflected in the way commissions were structured. Artists began to assert more control over the design and execution of their works, often negotiating terms with their patrons and establishing their own distinctive style. The Renaissance saw the emergence of personal branding in art, with many artists developing signature techniques and visual languages that were immediately recognizable. Michelangelo's distinctive sculptural style, for example, was a hallmark of his work, and Leonardo's innovative use of sfumato, a technique that blended colors and tones seamlessly, became a defining characteristic of his paintings. The rise of the artist as an individual also led to the development of new artistic genres. Artists sought to express personal emotions and experiences through their work, which was evident in the increase in portraiture and self-portraiture. Portraits, often commissioned by wealthy patrons, became a way for the artist to showcase their talent and, in some cases, their own identity. Titian's portraits, for instance, were not only meticulous renderings of the sitters, but also a way for him to demonstrate his mastery of color and composition, cementing his reputation as a master of the Venetian school. In summary, the Renaissance marked a pivotal moment in the history of art, as artists transitioned from being anonymous craftsmen to celebrated individuals with personal styles and creative visions. This shift not only changed the way artists viewed themselves, but also reshaped how society valued and engaged with art. The legacy of this transformation continues to influence the perception of artists today, as creators who possess not only technical skill, but also the power to shape culture through their individual expression. Early Renaissance art techniques and materials. Early Renaissance artists employed a range of innovative techniques and materials that allowed them to break away from the flat, symbolic representations of the Middle Ages and create more realistic, three-dimensional works. The exploration of light, shadow, and perspective, along with the use of new materials and tools, revolutionized the way artists approached their craft. These technical advancements were foundational to the artistic breakthroughs of the period and laid the groundwork for the masterpieces that followed. One of the most important innovations in early Renaissance art was the development of linear perspective. Prior to this, artists struggled to depict depth on a two-dimensional surface. Linear perspective, which was formalized by Filippo Brunelleschi and later refined by Leon Battista Alberti, provided artists with a mathematical framework for creating the illusion of depth and space. This technique allowed artists to depict three-dimensional scenes on a flat canvas, creating the illusion of depth by using vanishing points and converging lines. The use of perspective added a sense of realism to works and enabled artists to organize space in a way that was visually engaging. The works of artists like Masaccio, who utilized perspective in his fresco, the Holy Trinity, exemplified the early mastery of this technique. In addition to perspective, artists began to experiment with the use of light and shadow to create a more naturalistic sense of volume and depth. This technique, known as chiaroscuro, was pioneered by artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael. Chiaroscuro involves the manipulation of light and dark contrasts to give figures a sense of three-dimensionality, making them appear more lifelike. Leonardo's use of sfumato, a technique that blends light and shadow seamlessly, also contributed to the softness and realism seen in his paintings. These techniques, together, helped bring a new level of emotional expression and realism to Renaissance art. The materials used by early Renaissance artists also contributed to the period's artistic advancements. The most common medium for painting during this time was tempera, a paint made from pigments mixed with egg yolk, which provided a smooth, matte finish. However, with the rise of oil paint in the late 15th century, artists gained the ability to create richer colors, more nuanced shading, and smoother textures. This innovation allowed for greater detail and a more luminous quality in paintings. Oil paint's versatility also enabled artists to work more slowly and make adjustments as they went, leading to more refined and polished works. Sculpture, another key medium of the Renaissance, also saw advancements in technique and materials. Artists like Donatello and early Michelangelo mastered the use of marble and bronze, creating figures with more realistic proportions and detailed surfaces. Donatello's David, for example, was a pioneering example of bronze casting and the revival of the classical nude. In sum, early Renaissance artists utilized a variety of techniques and materials that allowed them to push the boundaries of realism and artistic expression. The development of perspective, the use of chiaroscuro, and the shift to oil paints were all innovations that significantly advanced the art of the period, leading to some of the most iconic works in Western art history. The role of religion in Renaissance art. Religion played a central and multifaceted role in the development of Renaissance art, as the majority of artists, patrons, and commissions during this period were deeply connected to the Christian faith. While the Renaissance was marked by a renewed interest in classical antiquity and humanist ideals, religion remained a dominant theme in artistic expression, influencing both the subject matter and the broader cultural context of the time. One of the most notable ways in which religion influenced Renaissance art was through the frequent commissioning of religious works by the Catholic Church and wealthy religious patrons. The Vatican, as the center of the Catholic Church, became a major hub for artistic activity during the Renaissance. Popes, bishops, and cardinals commissioned countless religious paintings, sculptures, and frescoes for churches, cathedrals, and chapels across Italy. These works were intended to inspire devotion, communicate biblical stories, and promote the teachings of the Church. Artists like Michelangelo, Raphael, and Leonardo da Vinci were often commissioned to create religious masterpieces, such as Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel ceiling and Leonardo's The Last Supper, which became iconic representations of Christian themes. Religious subject matter dominated the visual landscape of the Renaissance. Artists frequently depicted scenes from the Bible, focusing on key moments in the lives of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints. These works served both a didactic function, educating the largely illiterate population about Christian doctrine, and a devotional purpose, encouraging personal reflection and spiritual contemplation. In many cases, These religious works were displayed in public spaces, such as churches or altars, where they would have been viewed by congregants as part of their worship experience. The portrayal of religious figures in a highly humanistic manner, such as the tender depiction of the Madonna and Child, was a key aspect of Renaissance art. This shift toward portraying biblical figures with a greater sense of emotion and individuality helped foster a closer connection between the viewer and the divine. However, religion's influence on Renaissance art was not limited to Christian themes. The period also saw the revival of classical mythology and the blending of pagan and Christian imagery. Artists like Botticelli, who created The Birth of Venus, drew inspiration from both the ancient gods of Greek and Roman mythology and Christian iconography, reflecting the era's complex relationship with faith and classical tradition. The role of religion in Renaissance art was also reflected in the ways artists approached the creation of sacred spaces. Artists were tasked with transforming churches into grand, awe-inspiring structures that conveyed the divine presence through their architecture and decoration. The use of perspective, light, and symbolism in these spaces enhanced the spiritual experience for those who entered, making the physical space a conduit for religious transcendence. In conclusion, religion was a driving force behind much of the art produced during the Renaissance. It influenced the subject matter, the patronage, and the cultural context of the time. While Renaissance art embraced humanist ideals and celebrated the individual, religion remained a powerful presence, shaping the ways in which artists depicted the divine and the sacred in their works. Chapter 3: The Birth of Perspective. The development of perspective during the Renaissance marked one of the most significant breakthroughs in the history of Western art. Before the Renaissance, the concept of perspective as we understand it today did not exist in art. Figures and spaces were depicted symbolically, often without concern for proportionality or depth. It was during the Renaissance, however, that artists began to explore the mathematical and visual possibilities of representing three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional surface. This breakthrough revolutionized the way artists approached composition, realism, and spatial organization. The birth of linear perspective is often credited to Filippo Brunelleschi, an architect and engineer, who first demonstrated its principles around 1415. Brunelleschi's experiments with perspective were groundbreaking, as he used a single vanishing point to create the illusion of depth on a flat surface. His most famous demonstration involved a painting of the Baptistry of Florence, in which he used mirrors to reflect the painting and prove that the use of a single vanishing point could create a realistic depiction of space. This discovery laid the groundwork for the later development of perspective in painting. Leon Battista Alberti, an Italian architect and theorist, played a crucial role in formalizing Brunelleschi's discoveries. In 1435, Alberti published De Pictura on painting, a treatise that outlined the principles of linear perspective and its application in art. He described how artists could create the illusion of depth by using a mathematical approach to organize space, where parallel lines appeared to converge at a single point on the horizon. This method allowed artists to give the viewer the impression of depth, height, and distance, transforming the way scenes were rendered on canvas. The full potential of perspective was realized in the works of Renaissance painters like Masaccio, who used the technique in his fresco, The Holy Trinity, 1427, to create an illusion of depth and three-dimensional space in the Church of Santa Maria Novella in Florence. Masaccio's use of linear perspective in this work is one of the earliest and most influential examples, with figures positioned in such a way that they appear to occupy real space, interacting with their surroundings in a believable manner. The use of a vanishing point and the careful arrangement of figures within the architectural setting brought a new sense of realism to religious scenes. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael further developed the use of perspective, refining it and applying it to a wide range of subjects. Leonardo's The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, is a masterful example of perspective, where all the lines in the composition converge on Christ's head, emphasizing his central role in the scene. Similarly, Raphael's The School of Athens, 1510 to 1511, employs perspective to organize the space of the fresco and direct the viewer's gaze toward key figures within the intellectual gathering. In conclusion, the birth of perspective during the Renaissance was a transformative development that had a profound impact on art. It gave artists the tools to create more realistic, three-dimensional representations of space and revolutionized the way viewers interacted with works of art. The use of perspective not only changed the appearance of paintings, but also deepened their emotional and intellectual resonance, making them more immersive and engaging. The legacy of this innovation continues to influence art and visual representation to this day. Linear perspective and its pioneers. Linear perspective is one of the most revolutionary developments in the history of art, transforming the way artists depicted space and depth on a two-dimensional surface. Its introduction during the Renaissance allowed artists to represent the world with a new sense of realism and three-dimensionality. This technique became the standard for visual representation in Western art, influencing artists across centuries and changing the way viewers engaged with images. The origins of linear perspective can be traced back to the early 15th century in Florence, where the concept was pioneered by Filippo Brunelleschi, an architect and engineer. Brunelleschi's experiments with perspective are often regarded as the moment when artists began to understand how to translate three-dimensional space onto a flat surface. In his famous experiment, Brunelleschi painted a view of the Florence baptistry, which he then used to demonstrate how parallel lines, such as those of a building or a road, seem to converge at a single point on the horizon as they recede into the distance. This vanishing point, a central principle of linear perspective, became the foundation for artists to create the illusion of depth in their works. While Brunelleschi's demonstrations were crucial in establishing the basics of linear perspective, it was the theorist and architect Leon Battista Alberti who formalized the technique and made it accessible to artists. In 1435, Alberti published De Pictura on painting, a treatise that laid out the rules of perspective and emphasized the importance of mathematical principles in the creation of art. Alberti described how artists should organize their compositions using a single vanishing point and apply geometric principles to achieve a realistic sense of space. His work provided artists with the theoretical framework to systematically apply perspective in their paintings. One of the first artists to fully embrace and apply linear perspective was Masaccio. In his fresco, The Holy Trinity, 1427, located in the Church of Santa Maria Novella in Florence, Masaccio used perspective to create a convincing illusion of depth. The figures are arranged in a space that appears three-dimensional, with the vanishing point placed at the feet of Christ, creating a sense of volume and realism. This innovative approach to space was groundbreaking, as it gave the viewer a sense of involvement in the scene, as though they were looking into an actual room. Other artists, including Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael, further developed linear perspective. Leonardo's The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, exemplifies the use of perspective to create a focal point, where all the lines of the room converge on Christ's figure, drawing the viewer's attention to him. Raphael's The School of Athens, 1510 to 1511, also makes masterful use of perspective, with the figures arranged in such a way that they seem to inhabit a vast open space, further enhancing the intellectual and philosophical themes of the fresco. In conclusion, linear perspective was a groundbreaking development in Renaissance art, allowing artists to create a more realistic and immersive visual experience. Filippo Brunelleschi, Leon Battista Alberti, Masaccio, Leonardo da Vinci, and Raphael were pivotal in developing and refining the technique, laying the foundation for the artistic achievements of the Renaissance and beyond. Through their work, linear perspective became a powerful tool for representing the world in a way that resonated with viewers, forever altering the landscape of visual art. Techniques of depth and space. The techniques used to create depth and space in Renaissance art revolutionized how artists approached composition, transforming two-dimensional canvases into realistic three-dimensional worlds. Prior to the Renaissance, space in art was typically depicted through symbolic or hierarchical methods, with little regard for the viewer's perception of physical space. The Renaissance, however, introduced sophisticated methods for creating the illusion of depth, allowing artists to convey a more lifelike sense of volume, dimension, and perspective. Linear perspective was perhaps the most important technique used to achieve depth, but it was just one of several methods employed by Renaissance artists. The use of vanishing points, where parallel lines converge as they recede into the distance, was essential for organizing the composition and guiding the viewer's eye into the scene. This technique allowed artists to create a sense of depth on a flat surface, making it appear as though the space within the painting extended outward into the viewer's own world. For example, in Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, the convergence of the room's lines at the vanishing point behind Christ's head draws the viewer's attention to him, reinforcing his importance in the scene. Another significant technique used to convey depth was the manipulation of scale and proportion. By varying the size of objects and figures in relation to one another, artists could suggest the relative distance between them. Larger figures were placed in the foreground, while smaller ones were situated in the background, creating a sense of recession into space. This technique, known as scaling, was integral to the success of many Renaissance compositions, as it allowed artists to arrange elements in a way that mimicked the viewer's experience of looking at a scene in real life. Atmospheric perspective was another technique used to suggest depth. Artists began to understand that distant objects appear lighter, less distinct, and more muted in color due to the atmosphere. To replicate this effect, they subtly reduced the clarity and intensity of colors in the background, creating a sense of spatial recession. This technique is particularly evident in landscapes, such as those painted by Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael, where the softening of the horizon and the fading of details give the impression of great distance. Chiaroscuro, the manipulation of light and shadow, was also a key method for creating depth. By modeling forms with light and dark tones, artists could give figures a sense of volume and solidity. Caravaggio, in particular, perfected this technique, using strong contrasts of light and dark to create a sense of three-dimensionality in his work, making the figures appear as though they were emerging from the background. In conclusion, the Renaissance was a time of great experimentation and innovation in art, particularly in the depiction of depth and space. Artists employed a variety of techniques, such as linear perspective, scaling, atmospheric perspective, and chiaroscuro, to create the illusion of three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional surface. These methods not only added realism to Renaissance paintings, but also enhanced their emotional and intellectual impact, drawing the viewer into a world that felt both tangible and immersive. Influence of the Florentine School. The Florentine School of Art played a pivotal role in shaping the direction of Renaissance art, particularly in the development of realistic representation and the use of perspective. Located in Florence, Italy, this artistic center became the heart of the Renaissance, attracting some of the era's most innovative and influential artists. The Florentine School is known for its emphasis on the study of human anatomy, classical antiquity, and the application of scientific principles to art, all of which contributed to the development of a more naturalistic approach to painting and sculpture. One of the earliest and most important figures associated with the Florentine School was Giotto di Bondone. Though he predates the Renaissance, Giotto's frescoes laid the groundwork for the naturalistic style that would later define the era. His work in the Arena Chapel in Padua, with its realistic depictions of human emotion and three-dimensional space, was a significant departure from the flat, symbolic representations that characterized medieval art. Giotto's influence on later Florentine artists, particularly in terms of using light and shadow to model forms and create depth, cannot be overstated. As the Renaissance progressed, Florence became the birthplace of many groundbreaking innovations in art. The city's emphasis on humanism, which celebrated the study of classical texts, philosophy, and the natural world, had a profound impact on the visual arts. Artists in Florence sought to revive the ideals of ancient Greek and Roman art, studying classical sculptures and using their knowledge of proportion, anatomy, and geometry to create more lifelike figures. This approach was exemplified by artists like Donatello, whose sculptures, such as David, 1440s, exemplified a new understanding of the human form. Donatello's use of contrapposto, a stance in which the weight is placed on one leg, created a sense of naturalism that was unprecedented in Western art. Another key figure of the Florentine school was Leonardo da Vinci, whose mastery of anatomy, perspective, and light revolutionized painting. Leonardo's Vitruvian Man, c. 1490, a study of the human body's proportions based on the writings of the Roman architect Vitruvius, is one of the most iconic symbols of the Renaissance. His paintings, such as The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, demonstrated his expertise in perspective, creating a sense of depth and realism that had never been seen before. Raphael, though associated with the Roman school later in his career, was influenced by the Florentine tradition in his early years. His work in Florence, particularly his Madonna of the Pinks, c. 1506, shows a keen understanding of the classical ideals of balance, harmony, and proportion that were central to the Florentine school. In conclusion, the Florentine school had a profound and lasting influence on the development of Renaissance art. Its focus on the study of human anatomy, the revival of classical antiquity, and the application of mathematical and scientific principles to art paved the way for the naturalistic and highly detailed art that defined the period. The contributions of artists like Giotto, Donatello, Leonardo da Vinci, and Raphael left an indelible mark on the history of art, and their work continues to inspire and influence artists today. Artists who mastered perspective. The mastery of perspective was one of the most significant developments in Renaissance art, and many artists of the period pushed the boundaries of this technique, creating works that not only depicted the world with unprecedented accuracy, but also transformed how viewers perceived space and depth in art. Among the most renowned artists who mastered perspective were Filippo Brunelleschi, Leon Battista Alberti, Masaccio, Leonardo da Vinci, and Raphael, each of whom contributed to the evolution of this groundbreaking technique. Filippo Brunelleschi, the architect and engineer, is often credited with the invention of linear perspective. His experiments in the early 15th century, particularly his demonstration using a painted panel and a mirror, showed how parallel lines converge at a vanishing point as they recede into the distance. While he was not a painter himself, his discoveries became the foundation for later artists. Brunelleschi's approach to perspective was instrumental in changing the way artists began to understand and represent space. Leon Battista Alberti, a humanist scholar and architect, further formalized the principles of perspective in his treatise De Pictura, 1435. Alberti's writings provided a theoretical framework for artists to follow, emphasizing the importance of a single vanishing point and the organization of a composition according to mathematical rules. This allowed painters to create more accurate depictions of space and depth, enabling them to establish a sense of realism in their work. Masaccio, one of the first painters to successfully apply linear perspective to his works, used it to create a convincing three-dimensional space in his fresco, The Holy Trinity, 1427. The use of a vanishing point behind Christ's figure, where the lines of the architecture converge, adds a dramatic sense of depth and realism to the scene. Masaccio's ability to integrate perspective into his compositions marked a pivotal moment in the history of Renaissance art. Leonardo da Vinci, perhaps the most famous of all Renaissance artists, was another master of perspective. His understanding of depth was deeply rooted in his study of anatomy and the natural world. In works like The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, Leonardo used perspective not only to create a sense of spatial depth, but also to direct the viewer's focus to key elements of the composition. The lines of the room and the placement of figures all draw the eye toward Christ, emphasizing his central role in the narrative. Raphael, known for his harmonious compositions, also demonstrated a brilliant command of perspective. In his fresco, The School of Athens, 1510 to 1511, Raphael arranged his figures within a grand architectural space, skillfully using perspective to enhance the intellectual and philosophical themes of the work. The precise use of vanishing points creates an illusion of depth, inviting the viewer into a world of classical knowledge and enlightenment. In conclusion, the mastery of perspective was one of the defining characteristics of Renaissance art. Artists like Brunelleschi, Alberti, Masaccio, Leonardo da Vinci, and Raphael revolutionized the way space and depth were represented in painting, allowing them to create more lifelike, immersive works that continue to captivate audiences today. Their contributions to the development of perspective not only reshaped the visual language of their time, but also set the stage for future generations of artists. The importance of mathematical precision in art. Mathematical precision played a crucial role in the development of Renaissance art, as artists sought to create more realistic and harmonious compositions by incorporating mathematical principles into their work. The pursuit of exactness and order, inspired by the revival of classical antiquity and humanist ideals, marked a shift away from the symbolic and stylized forms of medieval art, ushering in an era of intellectual and artistic innovation. Through the application of geometry, proportion, and symmetry, Renaissance artists not only achieved a more naturalistic representation of the world, but also elevated their work to a level of intellectual sophistication. One of the key areas where mathematics was integrated into Renaissance art was the study of proportion. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Albrecht Dürer explored the mathematical relationships between the different parts of the human body, striving to achieve idealized proportions based on classical models. Leonardo's Vitruvian Man, c. 1490, exemplifies this idea, where he applied the ancient Roman architect Vitruvius's notion of the ideal human proportions, using geometry to depict the human body within a square and circle. This study not only aimed to create accurate and harmonious representations of the human figure, but also linked art with the mathematical laws of the universe, illustrating the Renaissance belief in the connection between beauty, nature, and mathematics. In addition to proportion, the Renaissance emphasis on perspective required a deep understanding of geometry. The development of linear perspective, which allowed artists to create the illusion of depth and space on a flat surface, was rooted in mathematical principles. The use of vanishing points, converging lines, and the careful arrangement of objects within a composition was based on geometrical calculations that enabled artists to achieve a sense of realism previously unseen in Western art. The work of Filippo Brunelleschi and Leon Battista Alberti, who formalized the theory of perspective, provided artists with the tools to accurately represent the spatial relationships between objects, adding dimension and depth to their works. Symmetry also played a vital role in Renaissance art, particularly in architecture and painting. Architects like Donato Bramante and Michelangelo employed mathematical principles to achieve balance and proportion in their designs, ensuring that their buildings and spaces were aesthetically pleasing and structurally sound. Similarly, painters like Raphael and Piero della Francesca carefully arranged figures and objects within their compositions, employing geometric shapes to create visual harmony. In conclusion, The integration of mathematical precision in Renaissance art was essential in achieving the period's characteristic realism, harmony, and intellectual depth. Artists' exploration of proportion, perspective, and symmetry elevated their work to a new level of sophistication while also reinforcing the Renaissance belief in the connection between art, science, and the natural world. By applying mathematical principles to their creative endeavors, Renaissance artists not only transformed the visual language of their time, but also established a foundation for future generations of artists to build upon. Chapter 4: The Mastery of Light and Shadow. The mastery of light and shadow was one of the most revolutionary aspects of Renaissance art, marking a departure from the flat, two-dimensional depictions of earlier periods. Artists of the Renaissance, inspired by a growing understanding of human anatomy, the natural world, and the principles of perspective, began to use light and shadow not merely as tools for enhancing realism, but as essential components of their compositions. By employing techniques such as chiaroscuro and sfumato, artists were able to create depth, volume, and a sense of three-dimensionality, which brought their subjects to life in a way that had never been seen before. Chiaroscuro, a term derived from the Italian words for light, chiaro, and dark, scuro, is the technique of using stark contrasts between light and dark to create the illusion of depth and volume. It was pioneered by artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Caravaggio, who used it to dramatic effect in their paintings. Leonardo's The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, is a prime example where light and shadow are used to model the figures and create a sense of three-dimensional space within the composition. The careful distribution of light on the faces and bodies of the apostles not only conveys a naturalistic sense of form, but also enhances the emotional impact of the scene, guiding the viewer's focus to key elements of the narrative. Sfumato, another technique often associated with Leonardo, involves the subtle blending of tones and colors to create soft transitions between light and shadow. The term sfumato comes from the Italian word for smoke, reflecting the hazy, atmospheric quality of the technique. In works such as Mona Lisa, c. 1503 to 1506, Leonardo employed sfumato to create a sense of realism in the facial features of his subject, rendering the transitions from light to shadow so seamlessly that they appear almost imperceptible. This technique allowed for a more lifelike depiction of human forms, with soft shadows and highlights that suggested volume and texture. The use of light and shadow also played a significant role in creating mood and atmosphere in Renaissance art. The dramatic lighting in Caravaggio's work, such as The Calling of St. Matthew, 1599 to 1600, is an excellent example of how light could be used not just for realistic modeling, but also for narrative and emotional effect. Caravaggio's intense contrast between light and shadow drew attention to the key figures in the composition, while the surrounding darkness emphasized the spiritual significance of the scene. In conclusion, the mastery of light and shadow was a defining characteristic of Renaissance art. Through techniques like chiaroscuro and sfumato, artists were able to create a sense of realism and emotional depth that transformed the way figures and scenes were depicted. The careful control of light, combined with an understanding of the natural world, allowed Renaissance artists to create compositions that were not only visually captivating, but also rich in narrative and symbolism, setting the stage for the future development of Western art. Chiaroscuro, light and dark contrasts. Chiaroscuro, the technique of using strong contrasts between light and dark, became one of the most powerful tools in the hands of Renaissance artists. Derived from the Italian words chiaro and scuro, dark, this technique allowed artists to create a heightened sense of realism, volume, and depth in their work. By manipulating light and shadow, artists could model the human figure, architectural forms, and landscapes in a way that made them appear three-dimensional. A key departure from the flatter, more symbolic representations of earlier periods. The use of chiaroscuro was not simply about creating realistic forms, but also about evoking mood, directing the viewer's attention, and enhancing the emotional and narrative impact of a scene. One of the pioneers of chiaroscuro was Leonardo da Vinci, whose mastery of light and shadow transformed the way artists approached painting. In works like The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, Leonardo used chiaroscuro to shape the figures of Christ and his apostles, creating a sense of depth and space that felt more natural and lifelike. The contrast between the illuminated figures and the surrounding darker areas enhanced the emotional intensity of the scene, guiding the viewer's focus to the central narrative. This careful balance of light and shadow became a hallmark of Leonardo's work and influenced countless artists who followed him. Another artist who significantly advanced the use of chiaroscuro was Caravaggio, whose work in the late 16th and early 17th centuries took the technique to new extremes. Known for his dramatic use of light, Caravaggio often employed a technique known as tenebrism, which involved extreme contrasts between light and dark, almost as if the figures were emerging from a shadowy void. In paintings like The Calling of St. Matthew, 1599 to 1600, Caravaggio used this technique to create a stark visual impact, drawing attention to the key figures and emphasizing the spiritual significance of the moment. The light that illuminates the figures in his works often symbolizes divine intervention, while the surrounding darkness represents the unknown or the divine mystery. The psychological and emotional effects of chiaroscuro were not just technical innovations, but also conveyed deeper meanings. The contrasts between light and dark often paralleled themes of good and evil, knowledge and ignorance, or life and death. This ability to infuse works with such layers of meaning made chiaroscuro a vital tool for artists during the Renaissance and beyond. In conclusion, chiaroscuro revolutionized the representation of light and shadow in painting, contributing to the Renaissance's focus on naturalism and emotional depth. By mastering this technique, artists were able to create lifelike figures and compelling narratives, transforming the visual language of art and setting the stage for future developments in the Baroque and beyond. The evolution of realistic human anatomy. The evolution of realistic human anatomy in art was one of the cornerstones of Renaissance artistic innovation, driven by a growing interest in scientific inquiry, the human form, and the principles of proportion. During the Middle Ages, the representation of the human body in art was often stylized and symbolic rather than realistic, with a focus on religious themes and spiritual ideals. However, as the Renaissance unfolded, artists sought to portray the human figure with unprecedented accuracy and naturalism, drawing inspiration from classical antiquity and the principles of Greek and Roman art. This evolution in anatomical representation was not just a technical achievement, but also a reflection of the broader intellectual currents of the time, including humanism, which emphasized the study of the human condition and the physical world. One of the key figures in the study of human anatomy was Leonardo da Vinci, whose pioneering anatomical drawings have become iconic. Through dissections of cadavers, Leonardo gained a detailed understanding of human bones, muscles, and internal organs. His studies were remarkable not only for their scientific accuracy, but also for their artistic purpose, as he sought to depict the body in motion, capturing the interplay of muscles and bones beneath the skin. His anatomical sketches, such as those found in his Codex of the Anatomical Studies, revealed his deep fascination with the structure and function of the body, and his desire to represent it with an unprecedented degree of realism. His drawing of the human skeleton, muscles, and circulatory system served as a foundation for later artists and medical professionals alike. Another artist who made significant contributions to the evolution of human anatomy in art was Michelangelo. Known for his muscular and powerful figures, Michelangelo's works, such as the David, 1501 to 1504, and the creation of Adam, 1512, showcase his exceptional understanding of human anatomy. Unlike earlier representations of the human body, which often depicted exaggerated or idealized forms, Michelangelo's figures were grounded in careful observation of real human anatomy. His ability to depict the tension and movement of muscles, as well as his precise attention to bone structure, set his work apart as an extraordinary achievement in the history of art. The evolution of realistic human anatomy also influenced other Renaissance artists, such as Raphael and Andrea del Verrocchio. Artists began to understand the subtle variations in anatomy that made each individual unique, leading to more lifelike portraits and dynamic compositions in their paintings and sculptures. In conclusion, the evolution of realistic human anatomy in Renaissance art was a transformative development that reflected the period's broader intellectual and artistic achievements. Through the study of dissection, observation, and experimentation, Renaissance artists gained a deeper understanding of the human body, allowing them to create more lifelike and expressive representations. This newfound realism would have a profound impact on the development of Western art, continuing to influence generations of artists in the centuries that followed. The role of light in creating depth. Light plays a crucial role in the creation of depth and dimension in art, particularly in Renaissance paintings, where it became a fundamental tool for enhancing the realism of scenes. The manipulation of light allowed artists to transform flat surfaces into lifelike depictions of the world, drawing viewers into a scene and guiding their visual journey across the composition. Renaissance artists understood that light could not only model forms, but also define space, establish mood, and suggest the passage of time, creating a more immersive and dynamic experience for the viewer. One of the primary ways light was used to create depth was through its interaction with surfaces and objects. By observing how light hits the contours of a figure or an object, artists could render a three-dimensional form on a two-dimensional canvas. The highlights and shadows created by light allowed figures to emerge from the background, giving them a solid, tangible presence. This technique, known as chiaroscuro, helped artists create the illusion of volume and space by emphasizing the three-dimensional nature of subjects. In works like Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, the careful use of light and shadow on the figures of Christ and his apostles enhances the sense of depth, bringing a sense of realism to the composition, while also guiding the viewer's eye to the central narrative. In addition to modeling individual figures, light was used to define the spatial relationships between objects. By understanding the way light interacts with distant and close elements, artists could create a sense of atmospheric depth. In landscape paintings, for example, the use of lighter tones for distant objects and darker tones for those in the foreground helped to simulate the effects of distance and atmosphere. This technique, known as atmospheric perspective, was popularized during the Renaissance and allowed artists to create expansive, realistic environments that seemed to recede into the distance, as seen in works like Raphael's The School of Athens, 1509 to 1511. Light also contributed to the mood and emotional impact of a painting. The direction and intensity of light could evoke a sense of drama, tranquility, or mystery. Caravaggio, for example, used light not only to model his figures, but also to heighten the emotional intensity of his scenes. In The Calling of St. Matthew, 1599 to 1600, Caravaggio's dramatic use of light highlights the key figures, drawing attention to their expressions and interactions, while the surrounding darkness adds a sense of mystery and divine intervention. In conclusion, light was an essential element in the development of depth in Renaissance art. Through the skillful manipulation of light and shadow, artists created realistic, three-dimensional figures and spaces, allowing their works to transcend the flat surfaces of earlier periods. The use of light not only enhanced the naturalism of Renaissance art, but also added layers of emotional depth and visual complexity, contributing to the enduring power of the period's masterpieces. Artists known for their use of light and shadow. Throughout the Renaissance, several artists became renowned for their exceptional ability to manipulate light and shadow to create depth, emotion, and realism in their works. Their innovative use of these elements helped define the period and revolutionize the way light interacted with figures and spaces in art. Among these artists, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Caravaggio stand out as masters of light and shadow, each using these techniques to achieve distinctive and profound effects. Leonardo da Vinci is often regarded as one of the pioneers in the use of light and shadow to create a realistic representation of the human figure. His approach to chiaroscuro, the technique of modeling light and shadow, was revolutionary for its time. In paintings such as The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, Leonardo used light to not only model the figures and give them a three-dimensional appearance, but also to create a sense of depth in the scene. By carefully directing light and shadow, he was able to focus attention on certain figures while allowing the background to fade into subtle darkness, enhancing the narrative and guiding the viewer's eye across the composition. Leonardo's ability to depict the interplay between light and shadow with such precision helped elevate Renaissance art to new levels of naturalism. Michelangelo, another giant of the Renaissance, also made significant contributions to the use of light and shadow, particularly in his sculptures and frescoes. His figures, such as those in the Sistine Chapel ceiling, exhibit a powerful use of light to model the human body, enhancing the three-dimensionality of his muscular forms. His mastery of light made his sculptures, like David, 1501-1504, appear to breathe with life. By understanding how light interacts with the body's muscles and skin, Michelangelo achieved a level of anatomical accuracy and depth that brought his figures to life in a way that was unmatched at the time. Caravaggio, whose work came at the end of the Renaissance and into the Baroque period, took the use of light and shadow to even more dramatic extremes. Known for his pioneering use of tenebrism, Caravaggio employed stark contrasts of light and dark to create intense emotional moments in his paintings. In works like The Calling of St. Matthew, 1599 to 1600, Caravaggio used sharp light to illuminate key figures, often casting the rest of the scene into deep shadow. This technique heightened the sense of drama and divine intervention, making the viewer feel the intensity of the moment. Caravaggio's mastery of light not only enhanced the realism of his figures, but also brought an unmatched emotional depth to his scenes. These artists, among others, shaped the evolution of art by revolutionizing the role of light and shadow. Their innovative techniques allowed for more lifelike depictions of the human form and created a new visual language that would influence countless artists in the centuries to come. How light defined the emotional tone of paintings. Light played a pivotal role in defining the emotional tone of Renaissance and Baroque paintings, shaping the way viewers experienced not only the visual elements of a scene, but also its underlying mood and narrative. By manipulating light and shadow, artists could convey subtle emotional nuances, enhance the psychological impact of their works, and evoke specific responses from the viewer. Whether through the serene glow of divine light or the intense contrast between light and shadow, artists understood that light was not merely a physical tool for modeling form, but also a symbolic force that could dictate the emotional atmosphere of a painting. One of the key ways light influenced the emotional tone of a painting was through its interaction with the subjects depicted. For example, in religious scenes, light was often used to emphasize the divine or sacred nature of figures. In works such as Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, 1495 to 1498, the soft, natural light cascading over Christ and his apostles not only models the figures but also sets a solemn, reflective tone for the scene. The light on Christ, who is positioned centrally, draws attention to his emotional expression and the weight of the moment, heightening the sense of gravitas and tension in the narrative. This use of light transforms the scene into a spiritual and emotional experience for the viewer, emphasizing the significance of the moment of betrayal. In contrast, artists like Caravaggio utilized stark contrasts between light and shadow, a technique known as tenebrism, to evoke a more dramatic and intense emotional response. In The Calling of St. Matthew, 1599 to 1600, Caravaggio's use of harsh light striking Matthew and his companions in the midst of a darkened room heightens the sense of divine intervention. The sharp illumination of Matthew's face, coupled with the deep shadows surrounding him, creates a powerful atmosphere of revelation and transformation. The viewer feels the weight of the moment, as if they, too, are witnessing the divine call. This manipulation of light deepens the emotional impact of the scene, making the viewer more emotionally engaged. In portraiture, light was often used to convey the internal states or personalities of the subjects. Artists like Titian and Raphael employed light to reveal the psychological depth of their figures. The soft, flattering light in Titian's portraits, such as Portrait of Isabella d'Este, 1536 to 1538, lends an air of elegance and tranquility, enhancing the serene emotional tone of the work. In contrast, Raphael's The Portrait of Baldassare Castiglione, 1514 to 1515, uses light to highlight the subject's refined features, evoking a sense of intellectual depth and calm authority. Ultimately, light was a versatile tool for Renaissance and Baroque artists, allowing them to shape not only the physical appearance of their subjects, but also the emotional resonance of their paintings. Whether it was the soft, divine glow of sacred figures, the intense illumination of pivotal moments, or the subtle play of light in portraits, light defined the emotional tone of the work, guiding the viewer's emotional journey and creating a lasting impression. Chapter 5: The Influence of Florence, the Cradle of the Renaissance. Florence stands as one of the most influential cities in the history of art, particularly during the Renaissance. As the cradle of the Renaissance, Florence became a hub of artistic innovation, intellectual growth, and cultural transformation. It was in this vibrant city that many of the foundational ideals of the Renaissance took root, and where some of the period's greatest artists, philosophers, and thinkers found both inspiration and patronage. Florence's influence on the course of Renaissance art was profound, shaping the development of artistic techniques, the understanding of human anatomy, and the pursuit of humanism. At the heart of Florence's influence was the Medici family, whose patronage played a crucial role in the flourishing of the arts. The Medici family not only provided financial support to many artists, but also gathered intellectuals, scholars, and thinkers in their court. Their patronage created an environment in which artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Sandro Botticelli could thrive. Under their guidance, Florence became a center for the study of classical antiquity and the promotion of humanist ideals, which placed human beings at the center of intellectual and artistic pursuits. This intellectual movement fostered a renewed interest in the human form, perspective, and the natural world, all of which became central to Renaissance art. Florence's architectural and artistic innovations were equally important in shaping Renaissance art. The city was home to the groundbreaking work of artists like Filippo Brunelleschi, who designed the famous dome of the Florence Cathedral, and Donatello, who revived the classical style of sculpture. Brunelleschi's study of perspective and proportion revolutionized architecture and became a model for the rest of Italy. Similarly, Donatello's mastery of human anatomy and his use of perspective in sculpture set the stage for later artists to explore and refine these techniques. Moreover, the city's focus on education and scholarship contributed significantly to the intellectual climate that would define the Renaissance. The humanist philosophy promoted by figures like Petrarch and Leonardo Bruni encouraged the study of classical texts and the belief in the potential of human achievement. Florence became a hub for this intellectual movement, attracting scholars from all over Europe, which ultimately led to the rediscovery of ancient Greek and Roman ideals that would shape Renaissance art and culture. In short, Florence's unique blend of intellectualism, artistic patronage, and technological innovation made it the birthplace of the Renaissance. The city's influence on art, architecture, and culture spread far beyond its borders, leaving an indelible mark on the history of Western art. The legacy of Florence's contributions to the Renaissance continues to resonate in the world of art today. The Medici family and their influence on art. The Medici family played an essential and transformative role in the development of Renaissance art, making Florence the epicenter of artistic innovation during the period. As one of the most powerful and wealthy families in Italy, their influence stretched far beyond politics and economics. Through their patronage of the arts, the Medici family shaped the cultural landscape of the Renaissance, facilitating the work of numerous artists whose contributions would define the era. The Medici family's rise to prominence began with Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici, who established the Medici Bank and secured the family's wealth. This financial success allowed his descendants, most notably Cosimo de' Medici, to become key patrons of the arts. Cosimo's patronage of artists and intellectuals laid the foundation for Florence to become a major cultural hub. His support for the construction of the Florence Cathedral and for the works of artists like Donatello, Fra Angelico, and Filippo Brunelleschi cemented his reputation as a major force behind the Renaissance. However, it was Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, who became the most influential Medici patron in the arts. Under his rule, Florence flourished as a center of artistic production, and Lorenzo's patronage extended to a range of artists, poets, and thinkers. He is most famously associated with supporting the work of Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and Sandro Botticelli. Lorenzo's court attracted the brightest intellectuals of the time, and he himself was an accomplished poet, promoting the ideals of humanism that would become central to Renaissance art. His vision for a flourishing cultural environment led to the development of art that emphasized classical ideals, such as the study of human anatomy and the use of perspective, which became foundational principles in Renaissance art. The Medici's influence on art was not limited to their financial support, but also extended to their connections and commissioning practices. They recognized the importance of public art as a means of projecting power and influence, commissioning works that celebrated their family's legacy and political prowess. Many of the Medici's artistic projects, such as the completion of Michelangelo's David and Botticelli's The Birth of Venus, were not only expressions of artistic achievement, but also a means of asserting the Medici's cultural dominance. Beyond the patronage of individual artists, the Medici family's legacy is intertwined with the rise of humanism, the intellectual movement that emphasized the potential of human beings. Their support helped foster an environment where artists were encouraged to explore and express human emotions, physical form, and individualism, elements that would come to define Renaissance art. In conclusion, the Medici family's patronage of the arts was a crucial catalyst for the Renaissance. Through their financial support, intellectual influence, and commissioning practices, they transformed Florence into the cultural heart of the Renaissance and provided the resources and environment in which some of the greatest artistic minds of the period could flourish. The legacy of the Medici family continues to be felt in the art, culture, and history of the Renaissance. Key Florentine artists, Botticelli, Ghirlandaio, and others. Florence was home to a remarkable group of artists whose works defined the Renaissance and left a lasting imprint on the history of Western art. Among these, Sandro Botticelli and Domenico Ghirlandaio stand out as some of the most influential figures, though they were part of a broader community of Florentine artists who played vital roles in the evolution of Renaissance painting. Sandro Botticelli is perhaps one of the most iconic Florentine painters of the period, renowned for his lyrical and graceful depictions of mythological and religious subjects. His works, such as The Birth of Venus and Primavera, represent the Renaissance's embrace of classical themes, blending beauty, mythology, and humanist ideals. Botticelli's style was characterized by delicate lines, ethereal figures, and a focus on harmonious compositions. While his early works were influenced by the Medici family's patronage, Botticelli also embraced religious themes, with his adoration of the Magi standing as a testament to his devotion to both classical and Christian iconography. Botticelli's work has continued to capture the imagination of art lovers for centuries, and his reputation as one of the great masters of the Renaissance endures. Domenico Ghirlandaio was another prominent Florentine artist whose works contributed significantly to the development of Renaissance painting. Known for his detailed portraits and religious frescoes, Ghirlandaio's style was grounded in the study of human anatomy and the natural world. His fresco cycle in the Tornabuoni Chapel in Florence's Santa Maria Novella Church is considered a pinnacle of his career, blending portraiture and religious narrative in a way that was highly innovative for the time. Ghirlandaio's ability to capture the personalities and social context of his subjects helped elevate portraiture to an art form in its own right. His work also reflected the strong patronage of the Florentine elite, as he often painted the wealthy families of the city in detailed, lifelike poses. Other Florentine artists also made significant contributions during the Renaissance. Artists like Fra Angelico, with his serene and devotional altarpieces, and Piero di Cosimo, whose eccentric and imaginative works combined mythology with a sense of dreamlike fantasy, added diverse styles to the city's artistic landscape. These artists, along with Botticelli and Ghirlandaio, contributed to the flourishing of Renaissance art in Florence, each bringing unique approaches to color, light, and composition. The legacy of these Florentine artists lies not only in their technical skill, but also in their ability to capture the spirit of the Renaissance, an era of rediscovery, intellectual curiosity, and a new understanding of human potential. Their works, commissioned by the wealthy and influential Medici family, were more than mere decorative pieces. They were reflections of the values, ideas, and aspirations of a transformative period in history. The importance of Florence's architecture. Florence, the cradle of the Renaissance, is not only celebrated for its art and intellectual achievements, but also for its groundbreaking architecture, which played a pivotal role in shaping the architectural developments of the entire Renaissance period. The city became a living canvas where new architectural ideas were realized, combining classical principles with innovative techniques. The architectural marvels of Florence reflect the city's cultural, political, and religious significance during this transformative era. The importance of Florence's architecture can be traced back to its connection with the ideals of humanism and the revival of classical antiquity. Architects and builders, inspired by the ruins of ancient Rome and Greece, sought to harmonize structure, function, and beauty. One of the most notable examples of this approach is Filippo Brunelleschi's design for the dome of the Florence Cathedral, or the Duomo, which remains an enduring symbol of Renaissance ingenuity. Brunelleschi's innovative use of a double-shell dome and the development of new techniques for constructing such a monumental structure revolutionized architecture. The Duomo's completion in 1434 marked the triumph of Renaissance architecture, blending the principles of classical symmetry with cutting-edge engineering. Florence's architecture also played a crucial role in the city's political and cultural identity. The Palazzo Vecchio, for example, was not just a grand building. It served as the seat of government and a symbol of the power and prestige of the city's ruling elite. The design of the palace, with its imposing facade and fortified appearance, reflected the city's political strength while also incorporating classical elements, such as arches and columns, that would become staples of Renaissance architecture. In addition to religious and governmental buildings, Florence was home to numerous private palaces and civic structures that exemplified the rise of the merchant and banking class. The Palazzo Medici, designed by Michelozzo di Bartolomeo for Cosimo de' Medici, embodied the ideals of Renaissance humanism. With its simple yet elegant facade and the careful use of proportion and symmetry, the building's design reflected both the wealth and the intellectual sophistication of its owners. Furthermore, the city's civic spaces, such as the Piazza della Signoria and the Loggia dei Lanzi, emphasize the Renaissance ideals of public life, with open spaces designed to facilitate civic engagement and artistic expression. Florence's architecture, from its grand cathedrals to its intimate private homes, demonstrated a commitment to classical forms while pushing the boundaries of what was possible with new materials and construction techniques. In conclusion, the importance of Florence's architecture during the Renaissance lies not only in its aesthetic achievements, but also in its role as a reflection of the city's intellectual, cultural, and political aspirations. Through the genius of architects like Brunelleschi, Alberti, and Michelozzo, Florence became a living testament to the Renaissance's reverence for the classical past and its commitment to innovation and progress in the built environment. The competition between artists in Florence. The competition between artists in Florence during the Renaissance played a crucial role in shaping the city's artistic legacy, fostering an environment where creativity, innovation, and skill were constantly pushed to new heights. Florence, with its wealth, intellectual vibrancy, and influential patrons, became the epicenter of artistic achievement, and its artists often found themselves competing not only for commissions, but also for prestige, fame, and recognition. The rivalry between artists in Florence was fueled in part by the intense patronage system, particularly by the powerful Medici family, who commissioned large-scale works of art for churches, palaces, and public spaces. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Sandro Botticelli sought the favor of the Medici family, each striving to outdo the other in both skill and vision. The Medici court provided a fertile ground for competition, where different artists were invited to showcase their talents in the hope of securing commissions for significant projects. This competition led to the creation of some of the most iconic works of the Renaissance. One of the most famous examples of competitive rivalry in Florence was the commissioning of the bronze doors for the baptistery of Florence's cathedral. In the early 1400s, two artists, Lorenzo Ghiberti and Filippo Brunelleschi, were chosen to compete for this prestigious commission. Ghiberti's design for the doors, which depicted scenes from the Bible in intricate detail, won the commission, and his work on the doors became one of the defining examples of Renaissance sculpture. However, the rivalry between Ghiberti and Brunelleschi did not end there. Brunelleschi, who had lost the door competition, would go on to revolutionize architecture, most famously by designing the dome of the Florence Cathedral. In addition to such high-profile commissions, artists competed in more subtle ways, often through their mastery of perspective, light, and composition. The advent of linear perspective, championed by artists like Filippo Brunelleschi and Leon Battista Alberti, became a key area of competition as artists sought to create ever more realistic and dynamic representations of space. Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael were all deeply influenced by these developments, each striving to perfect their understanding of perspective and human anatomy in their works. Florence's atmosphere of artistic competition also fostered the development of new techniques and styles. For example, the competition between Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, both of whom were hired by the Medici to paint frescoes in the Palazzo della Signoria, helped refine the use of light and shadow and brought the study of anatomy to the forefront of artistic practice. Their competition pushed each artist to new levels of brilliance, influencing not only their contemporaries, but also generations of artists to come. In conclusion, The competition between artists in Florence during the Renaissance was a driving force behind the city's flourishing artistic culture. It spurred innovation, led to the creation of masterpieces, and solidified Florence's place as the birthplace of some of the most significant artistic advancements in Western history. This competitive spirit not only fueled the Renaissance, but also shaped the legacy of art for centuries. The role of the Florence Academy. The Florence Academy, or Accademia di Belle Arti di Firenze, stands as one of the most influential institutions in the development of Renaissance art. Established in 1563 by the Grand Duke of Tuscany, Cosimo Thirste Medici, the Academy was designed to elevate the role of art in society, formalize artistic training, and ensure the continued development of artistic innovation in Florence, the heart of Renaissance culture. Although it was founded toward the end of the Renaissance period, the Academy's influence reached back to earlier practices, aligning with the humanist values that had shaped Florence's artistic scene. The primary role of the Florence Academy was to create a structured environment for artists to learn and develop their craft. Before its establishment, artistic training was informal and mostly carried out in workshops under the guidance of master artists. The Academy provided a more systematic approach to teaching, incorporating the study of classical art, perspective, anatomy, and other subjects that were crucial for a well-rounded artistic education. Artists were expected to master the techniques of drawing, painting, and sculpture while also studying philosophy, history, and literature, in line with the Renaissance ideals of well-rounded knowledge. This approach elevated the status of artists, helping them move from skilled craftsmen to intellectuals with a broader understanding of the world. One of the key innovations of the Florence Academy was its focus on the human figure as the central subject of artistic study. Drawing the human body from life was emphasized as a critical skill, and the Academy provided access to anatomical studies and models to facilitate this practice. Artists like Michelangelo, who was heavily influenced by the study of anatomy, served as an inspiration for the Academy's approach to the human form. The focus on the figure and the importance of life drawing helped shape the development of more realistic and expressive art. In addition to its educational role, the Florence Academy also played a significant part in fostering the competitive spirit that defined Renaissance Florence. Artists would often compete for commissions, and the Academy provided a platform for this, organizing exhibitions and contests that allowed young artists to demonstrate their skills. These events encouraged innovation and helped to push the boundaries of artistic expression, further cementing Florence's position as the epicenter of Renaissance art. The Academy also had a significant impact on the preservation and dissemination of Renaissance art. By promoting the study of classical works and Renaissance masterpieces, the Academy helped to ensure that these works would continue to be revered and studied by future generations of artists. Its curriculum emphasized the importance of both looking back to the past and pushing forward into new artistic territories. In conclusion, the Florence Academy was a pivotal institution that formalized the education of artists during the Renaissance. By blending traditional techniques with intellectual rigor, it helped to elevate the status of artists, encouraged innovation, and preserved the artistic legacy of Florence, making it an enduring symbol of Renaissance ideals. Chapter 6: The Rise of the Great Masters, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael. The Renaissance period witnessed the emergence of three towering figures whose works became synonymous with the ideals of the era: Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo Buonarroti, and Raphael Sanzio. These artists, each unique in their approach and contributions, helped define the course of Renaissance art and left an indelible mark on the history of Western art. Their masterpieces not only captured the artistic, intellectual, and cultural spirit of the time, but also set the standard for generations of artists that followed. Leonardo da Vinci, perhaps the most renowned of the three, is often regarded as the epitome of the Renaissance man, embodying the ideals of curiosity, scientific exploration, and artistic mastery. His works, such as the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper, display an unparalleled understanding of human anatomy, light, and perspective. Leonardo's meticulous study of the natural world and his use of sfumato, a technique that blends colors and tones to create soft transitions, revolutionized portraiture and storytelling in art. His scientific sketches, including studies of the human body, machinery, and anatomy, also demonstrated his groundbreaking approach to art, emphasizing that painting and science were intertwined. Michelangelo, a master of both sculpture and painting, embodied the Renaissance focus on humanism and the celebration of the human form. His works, including the statue of David and the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, showcase his ability to render the human body with extraordinary precision and emotional depth. Michelangelo's ability to transform marble into lifelike sculptures with dynamic poses set a new standard for sculpture, while his frescoes in the Sistine Chapel demonstrated his mastery of complex composition, color, and the portrayal of the human figure in space. His intense focus on anatomy, combined with his expressive style, elevated the depiction of the human body to new heights. Raphael, the youngest of the three, was admired for his harmonious compositions, idealized figures, and delicate use of color. His frescoes in the Vatican rooms, particularly the School of Athens, represent the synthesis of Renaissance humanism, bringing together classical philosophy and the ideals of the period. Raphael's ability to balance emotion, beauty, and intellectual depth in his work earned him widespread acclaim. His graceful depictions of the Madonna and his innovative use of space and perspective in his frescoes set him apart as one of the most beloved and influential artists of the Renaissance. The contributions of Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael not only pushed the boundaries of artistic technique, but also embodied the core values of the Renaissance: the pursuit of knowledge, the reverence for the classical past, and the celebration of human potential. Their works remain timeless symbols of the Renaissance and continue to inspire awe and admiration today. Each artist brought their own unique vision to the era, collectively shaping the trajectory of Western art for centuries to come. Leonardo da Vinci, the Renaissance genius. Leonardo da Vinci stands as one of the most iconic figures in the history of art, embodying the quintessential ideals of the Renaissance. Born in 1452 in Vinci, Italy, Leonardo was not only a painter, but also an inventor, engineer, scientist, and anatomist. His genius transcended the boundaries of art and ventured into a multitude of disciplines. His insatiable curiosity, combined with his artistic talent, made him a true Renaissance man, and his work continues to influence and inspire generations. Leonardo's artistic achievements are legendary, with masterpieces such as The Last Supper and Mona Lisa, widely recognized as some of the greatest works of art ever created. His innovative techniques and keen observation of nature revolutionized the practice of painting. One of his most significant contributions to art was the development of sfumato, a technique that uses delicate gradations of light and shadow to create a soft, almost imperceptible transition between colors and tones. This technique allowed Leonardo to render human faces and bodies with a sense of realism that had not been seen before, creating depth and emotional complexity in his subjects. His Mona Lisa, perhaps the most famous painting in the world, exemplifies Leonardo's mastery of sfumato and his ability to capture the subtleties of human expression. The enigmatic smile of the subject has been a subject of fascination for centuries, and its subtle play of light and shadow, combined with the subject's mysterious gaze, conveys a sense of both serenity and inner depth. This portrait, along with his other works, reflects Leonardo's meticulous study of human anatomy, psychology, and his understanding of the world around him. Beyond painting, Leonardo's work as a scientist and inventor profoundly impacted both the art and scientific communities. His extensive notebooks, filled with sketches, diagrams, and observations, reveal a mind that constantly sought to understand the mechanics of nature. Leonardo's studies of human anatomy, his designs for flying machines, and his exploration of optics and light demonstrate a mind constantly engaged in problem solving and innovation. Though many of his inventions were never built during his lifetime, they laid the groundwork for future advancements in technology and engineering. Leonardo's ability to synthesize art and science was revolutionary. His understanding of the human body, anatomy, and the natural world informed his paintings, giving them an unprecedented sense of realism and dynamism. His dedication to the empirical study of nature allowed him to create art that not only captured the physical appearance of the world, but also conveyed its inner workings, both literally and metaphorically. Leonardo da Vinci's legacy is immeasurable. His contributions to the fields of art, science, and engineering shaped the course of history and continue to inspire scholars, artists, and innovators. His works represent the enduring spirit of the Renaissance, an age of discovery, exploration, and human potential. Michelangelo's contributions to painting and sculpture. Michelangelo Buonarroti, one of the most celebrated artists of the Italian Renaissance, made monumental contributions to both painting and sculpture, reshaping the course of Western art. Born in 1475, Michelangelo's work bridged the classical tradition with the humanist ideals of the Renaissance, blending technical mastery with emotional expression. His ability to capture the human form with unrivaled precision and drama set him apart as a true master of both mediums. Michelangelo's most famous sculptural work is undoubtedly the David, a monumental statue that embodies the Renaissance ideals of human beauty, strength, and emotion. Carved from a single block of marble, the statue showcases his exceptional skill in rendering the human figure with anatomical accuracy and lifelike proportions. The depiction of David, poised to face Goliath, conveys both physical power and psychological intensity, making it a symbol of the Renaissance's focus on individual human potential. Michelangelo's mastery of marble, transforming a rough block into a work of incredible detail and vitality, redefined the possibilities of sculpture and elevated the medium to new heights. In addition to David, Michelangelo's Pietà is another iconic masterpiece of Renaissance sculpture. Carved at the age of 24, this marble statue depicts the Virgin Mary cradling the dead body of Christ. The emotional power of the Pietà lies in Michelangelo's ability to convey grief, tenderness, and divine beauty through the figure's serene yet sorrowful expressions. The soft, flowing forms of Mary and Christ demonstrate Michelangelo's extraordinary ability to carve lifelike drapery and flesh, capturing both the physical and spiritual essence of the scene. Michelangelo's contributions to painting are equally groundbreaking, with his work on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel being one of his most monumental achievements. Commissioned by Pope Julius II, the frescoes depict scenes from the Bible, including the creation of Adam, which remains one of the most famous images in art history. Michelangelo's ability to depict the human body in dynamic, powerful poses, as seen in his portrayal of Adam reaching for God's touch, redefined the potential for painting during the Renaissance. His figures are imbued with a sense of movement and emotion, making the scenes come alive with a depth and intensity previously unseen in Western art. In both sculpture and painting, Michelangelo's works emphasize the complexity and beauty of the human form. His exploration of anatomy, combined with his deep understanding of human emotion, allowed him to create figures that transcended mere representation, embodying the full range of human experience. His relentless pursuit of perfection and his desire to elevate art to a level of spiritual and emotional significance cemented his place as one of the greatest artists in history. Michelangelo's legacy continues to influence artists and sculptors to this day, and his masterpieces remain defining works of the Renaissance. Raphael's harmony and balance in art. Raphael, born Raffaello Sanzio in 1483, is renowned for his ability to create works of remarkable balance, harmony, and beauty. As one of the central figures of the High Renaissance, his contributions to painting have had a lasting impact, influencing artists for centuries. Unlike some of his contemporaries, such as Leonardo and Michelangelo, who were known for their intellectual intensity and emotional depth, Raphael's art is characterized by a serene and harmonious quality, reflecting the Renaissance ideals of proportion, order, and idealized beauty. One of Raphael's defining features as an artist was his masterful use of balance in his compositions. He skillfully arranged figures and architectural elements within his works to create a sense of visual equilibrium. His ability to distribute weight and movement throughout the canvas without overwhelming the viewer with chaos or tension is evident in many of his pieces, such as the School of Athens. In this fresco, Raphael orchestrates a multitude of figures, each depicted with precision and grace, while maintaining a balanced and unified composition. The architectural setting, with its perfect symmetry, further enhances the sense of harmony, making the scene feel both intellectually and visually organized. Raphael's use of space also played a key role in his pursuit of balance. His figures are often set in well-defined spaces that allow for clear separation between them, yet they are still connected within the larger composition. This spatial clarity contributes to the overall sense of order that is a hallmark of his work. In the Transfiguration, for example, the figures are positioned in a way that draws the viewer's eye naturally across the painting, from the divine light above to the earthly figures below, creating a seamless flow between the different parts of the scene. In addition to balance, Raphael's mastery of color and light further enhanced the harmony within his works. His use of soft, muted colors and subtle gradations of light brought a sense of unity to his compositions, allowing the viewer to experience the figures and scenes as integrated wholes. The gentle modeling of his figures, particularly in his portraits and religious scenes, imbues them with a lifelike presence, further contributing to the overall harmony. Raphael's art also conveyed a sense of ideal beauty, which was central to Renaissance thought. His figures, whether saints, philosophers, or everyday individuals, are often portrayed with a sense of divine grace and proportion, embodying the Renaissance ideals of the perfect human form. His works like the Madonna of the Meadow demonstrate his exceptional ability to convey emotional depth through simple, serene compositions, allowing the viewer to connect with the subject on both an intellectual and emotional level. Raphael's approach to art, emphasizing harmony, balance, and idealized beauty, remains a defining feature of his legacy. His ability to create compositions that are both intellectually stimulating and aesthetically pleasing made him one of the most admired artists of his time, and his influence continues to shape the course of Western art history. The rivalry and collaboration among these masters. The rivalry and collaboration among the great masters of the High Renaissance, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, formed a dynamic force that shaped the course of art history. Though each of these artists had distinct approaches and styles, their interactions, both competitive and cooperative, contributed significantly to the development of Renaissance art. Their relationships were complex, ranging from moments of fierce competition to instances of mutual respect and influence, all of which propelled their respective works to new heights. One of the most famous instances of rivalry occurred between Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. The two artists, though both giants in the art world, had contrasting personalities and approaches to their craft. Leonardo, the intellectual and meticulous observer, was known for his scientific precision and philosophical musings on art, while Michelangelo, a deeply emotional and driven figure, poured his energy into expressing the human body with raw, powerful intensity. Their rivalry came to a head when both were commissioned to paint frescoes on the same wall of the Palazzo Vecchio in Florence. However, their works never materialized in the same space, as Michelangelo's work was delayed due to the complexity of his other commissions. The competition between them, however, was palpable, and lasted throughout their careers. Despite their differences, Michelangelo was undeniably influenced by Leonardo's innovative use of light and shadow, particularly through the technique of chiaroscuro, and Leonardo was similarly inspired by Michelangelo's sculptures and his mastery of human anatomy. Raphael, who entered the scene slightly later, had a different relationship with both artists. He was highly influenced by the works of Leonardo and Michelangelo, incorporating their techniques into his own art, while also developing his distinctive style characterized by harmony and idealized beauty. Raphael's admiration for Leonardo is evident in his use of sfumato, the delicate blending of light and shadow, which he adapted from Leonardo's method. In turn, Raphael's gentle and harmonious compositions, such as those found in the School of Athens, demonstrate the profound influence of Michelangelo's dynamic figures, particularly in the portrayal of powerful, muscular forms. Yet, while Raphael was deeply inspired by both masters, his approach to art was marked by an idealization of balance and serenity, which set him apart. Despite their rivalry, there were moments of collaboration and mutual respect. Michelangelo and Raphael, for example, collaborated indirectly when Raphael was commissioned to paint the Vatican rooms, where Michelangelo's influence was palpable in the grandeur and the humanistic themes of the frescoes. The Renaissance period, with its fusion of intellectual and artistic pursuits, was an environment where even intense competition could coexist with collaboration. The dynamic exchange of ideas between Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael created a fertile ground for artistic innovation and laid the foundation for the Renaissance's lasting legacy. Ultimately, the rivalry and collaboration among these three titans not only defined their individual careers, but also propelled the Renaissance to unprecedented levels of artistic achievement. Their ability to challenge and inspire one another led to the creation of works that continue to be revered today for their technical mastery, emotional depth, and intellectual rigor. How their works shaped Western art. The works of Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael profoundly shaped Western art, creating a legacy that would influence countless generations of artists and define the trajectory of artistic development for centuries. Each of these masters contributed uniquely to the Renaissance movement, pushing the boundaries of creativity, technique, and intellectual engagement with the world around them. Their works not only reflected the ideals of the Renaissance, but also set new standards in art that would reverberate throughout Western art history. Leonardo da Vinci's contributions extended far beyond his celebrated masterpieces like The Last Supper and Mona Lisa. His pioneering studies in anatomy, light, and perspective revolutionized the way artists understood and depicted the human form. His technique of sfumato, which created a soft transition between colors and tones, allowed for a more lifelike and nuanced portrayal of human emotion. This mastery of detail and subtlety would be emulated by generations of artists and became a hallmark of Western art, influencing the development of portraiture and the depiction of psychological depth. Leonardo's scientific approach to art also laid the groundwork for the integration of art and science, shaping future movements such as Baroque realism and even modern art. Michelangelo, with his larger-than-life works like the frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel and the David statue, revolutionized the depiction of the human body in art. His mastery of human anatomy and his ability to capture the physical and emotional power of the human form set new standards for sculptors and painters alike. Michelangelo's focus on the muscular, dynamic figures that seemed to come alive on the canvas or marble would inspire generations of artists, particularly during the Baroque period, who sought to convey emotion and drama through their works. His influence also extended to the architectural world, where his design of St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican became a symbol of the Renaissance's intellectual and artistic grandeur. Raphael, known for his serene and harmonious compositions, brought a sense of order and balance to Renaissance art. His use of perspective, light, and graceful figure placement in works like the School of Athens would influence artists for centuries, particularly in their pursuit of balanced and idealized beauty. Raphael's ability to combine intellectual rigor with emotional accessibility set a new standard for portraiture and religious art, making him one of the most revered painters in Western art history. His work also influenced later academic art, particularly in the neoclassical and Romantic periods, as artists sought to emulate his balanced compositions and idealized figures. Together, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael helped define the Renaissance as a transformative period in Western art, blending intellectual exploration with artistic mastery. Their groundbreaking work not only shaped their own time, but laid the foundation for future artistic developments, from the Baroque to modern art, ensuring their lasting influence in the history of Western art. Chapter 7: The Role of Women in the Renaissance. The Renaissance was a period of extraordinary cultural, artistic, and intellectual growth, but it remained largely male-dominated. Women, though often overlooked in historical narratives, played essential roles in the artistic and intellectual landscape of the era. While societal norms restricted their participation in many fields, several women made significant contributions to literature, art, and politics, challenging traditional gender roles and leaving an enduring legacy. During the Renaissance, women's roles were largely confined to domestic life, with expectations centered around marriage, motherhood, and maintaining the household. Education for women, particularly in the upper classes, became more common, though it was often focused on moral instruction, literature, and the arts rather than the sciences or philosophy. Some women, particularly those in aristocratic or wealthy families, received education in Latin, Greek, and the humanities, allowing them to engage in intellectual circles. However, access to formal education remained limited, and women were often discouraged from pursuing careers in the arts or sciences. Despite these challenges, some women became influential figures in the Renaissance. Isabella d'Este, often referred to as the First Lady of the Renaissance, was a powerful patron of the arts. As the Marchioness of Mantua, she commissioned works from leading artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Titian, playing a critical role in shaping the artistic trends of her time. Her influence extended beyond art, as she also engaged in political diplomacy, demonstrating that women could wield power in male-dominated spheres. In the realm of visual arts, a few female painters managed to break through societal constraints. Sofonisba Anguissola was one of the most celebrated female artists of the Renaissance. She gained recognition for her portraiture and became a court painter to Philip II of Spain, a rare achievement for a woman at the time. Artemisia Gentileschi, active slightly after the peak of the Renaissance, is another significant figure who challenged conventions. Known for her powerful and often dramatic compositions, she brought a unique perspective to historical and biblical narratives, often depicting strong female protagonists. Women also made significant contributions to literature and philosophy. Christine de Pizan, a writer and intellectual, challenged misogynistic views in her works, particularly in The Book of the City of Ladies, where she argued for women's intellectual and moral equality with men. Her writings helped shape early feminist thought and encouraged a re-examination of women's roles in society. Although Renaissance society largely restricted women's participation in intellectual and artistic fields, those who managed to break barriers left a lasting impact. Through patronage, artistry, and literature, these women not only contributed to the cultural flourishing of the Renaissance, but also paved the way for future generations of female artists, writers, and thinkers. Female artists in the Renaissance. The Renaissance was a time of immense artistic achievement, yet female artists often faced significant barriers in pursuing their craft. Despite societal limitations that restricted women's access to education and professional workshops, several talented female artists managed to gain recognition for their work. These women defied expectations and made lasting contributions to Renaissance art, paving the way for future generations of female artists. One of the most celebrated female painters of the Renaissance was Sofonisba Anguissola. Born into a noble family in Cremona, Italy, she received an education in the arts, an unusual opportunity for women of her time. Her talent in portraiture earned her a position as a court painter for Philip II of Spain, where she created detailed and expressive portraits of the Spanish royal family. Unlike many male artists of the period, Sofonisba did not have access to nude figure studies, a key component of traditional artistic training. Despite this limitation, she developed a distinctive style, focusing on detailed facial expressions and psychological depth in her subjects. Artemisia Gentileschi, though active slightly after the height of the Renaissance, is another significant female artist who pushed boundaries. She was the daughter of the painter Orazio Gentileschi and trained in his workshop, allowing her to gain skills that were typically unavailable to women. Her works often depicted strong female figures, such as Judith beheading Holofernes, showcasing dramatic intensity and masterful use of light and shadow. Artemisia's career was shaped by personal struggles, including a well-documented trial against her rapist, but she persevered and gained international recognition, securing commissions from prominent patrons across Europe. Other notable female artists include Lavinia Fontana and Fede Galizia. Lavinia Fontana, born in Bologna, was one of the first women to paint female nudes, a subject traditionally reserved for male artists. She was also the first woman to earn professional commissions outside of a convent or court setting, marking a significant step forward for female artists. Fede Galizia, another accomplished painter, specialized in still life compositions, a genre that allowed women to gain recognition without the controversies surrounding figure painting. Her meticulous attention to detail set her apart in a field that was still developing as an artistic genre. Despite the obstacles they faced, these women carved out successful careers and demonstrated that female artists could achieve mastery in a field dominated by men. Their contributions challenged the artistic norms of their time and ensured that women's presence in the arts could not be ignored. Their legacies continue to inspire artists today, proving that talent and determination can overcome even the most restrictive societal barriers. The challenges faced by women in art. Women in the Renaissance faced numerous obstacles when attempting to pursue careers in the arts. Societal norms, restrictive educational opportunities, and the dominance of male artists in professional workshops created significant barriers. While a few women managed to gain recognition, most were excluded from artistic circles, limiting their ability to develop their talents and establish independent careers. One of the primary challenges was the lack of formal education. Unlike men, who could apprentice under established artists and study anatomy, perspective, and classical sculpture, women were often denied entry into art academies or workshops. Since studying the human figure, particularly through nude models, was a crucial part of Renaissance artistic training, women were restricted from fully developing their skills in figurative art. As a result, many female artists were limited to portraiture, still life, and religious paintings, genres that were considered more appropriate for women. The workshop system also created barriers. Most Renaissance artists learned their craft through apprenticeship, working under a master who provided instruction and access to commissions. However, these apprenticeships were largely closed to women. Unless they came from artistic families, such as Artemisia Gentileschi, who trained in her father's workshop, women had few opportunities to develop their artistic abilities in a professional setting. Instead, many learned informally at home, receiving instruction from fathers or other male relatives who were artists themselves. Social expectations further restricted women's roles in the art world. Renaissance society emphasized a woman's duty to marry, bear children, and manage the household. A professional career in the arts was seen as unsuitable for women of noble or middle-class backgrounds. Those who did pursue art were often confined to convents, where nuns engaged in manuscript illumination and religious painting, or they worked under the patronage of female convent leaders. While this provided some artistic opportunities, it largely kept women from achieving widespread recognition. Even when women managed to establish themselves as artists, they faced skepticism and discrimination. Many male artists and critics dismissed their work as inferior, assuming that women lacked the intellectual capacity or technical skill to create great masterpieces. Female artists also struggled to gain patronage, as wealthy clients often preferred to commission works from male artists with established reputations. Sophonisba Anguissola, one of the few women to achieve success, was an exception, earning the patronage of the Spanish royal court. However, even she had to navigate a system that placed limitations on her artistic freedom. Despite these challenges, female artists persevered, producing remarkable works that challenged societal expectations. Their determination and talent not only allowed them to break into the art world, but also paved the way for future generations of women in the arts. Patronage by women, Isabel Este and others. Women played a crucial role in the patronage of Renaissance art, commissioning works that reflected their status, intellectual pursuits, and political ambitions. Among them, Isabella d'Este stands out as one of the most influential female patrons of the period. A member of the ruling Gonzaga family in Mantua, Isabella was a powerful cultural figure who surrounded herself with the greatest artists, writers, and musicians of her time. Through her patronage, she helped shape the artistic landscape of the Renaissance, commissioning works that blended classical ideals with contemporary innovation. Isabella d'Este's artistic patronage was extensive and highly personal. She carefully curated her studiolo, a private study filled with commissioned paintings that reflected her intellectual interests and admiration for classical antiquity. Among the artists she employed were Andrea Mantegna, Giovanni Bellini, and Leonardo da Vinci. She also commissioned works from Titian, whose portrait of her captured her elegance and authority. Unlike many patrons who relied on advisors to select artists, Isabella took a direct role in guiding the content and style of the works she commissioned. Her letters reveal a meticulous approach, demonstrating her deep engagement with the creative process. Beyond Isabella, other noblewomen also played a significant role in shaping Renaissance art through patronage. Caterina Sforza, a powerful political figure and military leader, used art to reinforce her image as a strong and capable ruler. She commissioned works that emphasized her lineage and strength, ensuring that her visual legacy aligned with her ambitions. Similarly, Eleonora di Toledo, wife of Cosimo I de' Medici, was instrumental in promoting Florentine art, commissioning religious and portrait paintings that enhanced the prestige of the Medici court. Her support helped sustain artists such as Bronzino, whose elegant portraits became iconic representations of courtly life. Female patrons also influenced religious art, particularly within convents and churches. Wealthy noblewomen often donated funds for altarpieces, frescoes, and devotional paintings, ensuring that their piety and generosity were immortalized in sacred spaces. Women from powerful families, including members of the d'Este, Medici, and Gonzaga dynasties, played a key role in commissioning elaborate church decorations, often featuring themselves in the artwork as donors. Through their patronage, these women not only supported the careers of leading artists, but also helped shape artistic trends. Their influence extended beyond mere financial backing. They played an active role in deciding artistic themes, styles, and subjects, proving that women in the Renaissance were not just passive observers of culture, but key figures in its development. The depiction of women in Renaissance art. The representation of women in Renaissance art reflected both the evolving artistic ideals of the period and the societal expectations placed upon them. As humanist thought spread across Europe, artists sought to portray women with a greater sense of realism, beauty, and individuality. However, these depictions were often idealized, reinforcing traditional gender roles and emphasizing virtues such as modesty, chastity, and grace. While women appeared frequently in religious and mythological paintings, their portrayal was shaped by cultural norms that dictated how they should be seen and understood. One of the most common depictions of women in Renaissance art was in religious imagery, particularly the Virgin Mary. She was often painted as the epitome of purity and maternal devotion, embodying the Christian ideal of femininity. Artists like Raphael, Leonardo da Vinci, and Botticelli created serene and graceful Madonnas, emphasizing soft features, delicate gestures, and luminous colors to enhance her divine presence. These images reinforced the idea of women as nurturers and moral guides, setting an aspirational standard for female behavior. Beyond religious figures, Renaissance artists also portrayed women as classical goddesses, muses, and allegorical figures. Sandro Botticelli's The Birth of Venus is one of the most famous examples, depicting the goddess of love as a symbol of beauty and idealized femininity. These mythological representations allowed artists to explore the female form while maintaining a level of artistic decorum. The nude female figure became more prominent in art, often depicted with an ethereal and unattainable beauty. Titian's Venus of Urbino and Giorgione's Sleeping Venus exemplify this trend, presenting women as sensual yet passive subjects, reinforcing male-dominated artistic and societal perspectives. Portraiture also played a significant role in shaping the depiction of women. Wealthy patrons commissioned portraits that reflected their status, virtue, and refinement. However, women's portraits were often more restrained compared to those of men, focusing on modesty and decorum. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, with his famous Mona Lisa, introduced a greater sense of individuality and psychological depth to female subjects. While the identity of the Mona Lisa remains debated, her enigmatic expression and soft modeling marked a shift toward more lifelike and complex portrayals of women. Despite the Renaissance emphasis on realism and individual expression, depictions of women were still largely confined to the ideals imposed by a patriarchal society. Whether represented as saints, muses, or noblewomen, their imagery was shaped by cultural expectations that limited their roles to beauty, virtue, and devotion. Nevertheless, Renaissance artists contributed to the evolving perception of femininity, creating works that remain some of the most celebrated and enduring representations of women in Western art. Influence of women in shaping Renaissance culture. While the Renaissance is often remembered for its male artists, scholars, and rulers, women played a significant yet often overlooked role in shaping its cultural landscape. As patrons, intellectuals, and writers, they influenced the development of art, literature, and philosophy, leaving an enduring impact on the period's achievements. Though societal norms largely restricted women from formal education and artistic training, many defied these limitations, using their wealth, intelligence, and status to support and participate in the flourishing cultural movement. One of the most influential ways women contributed to Renaissance culture was through patronage. Noblewomen, queens, and duchesses played a crucial role in commissioning and promoting artists, writers, and musicians. Isabella d'Este, often called the First Lady of the Renaissance, was a major patron of the arts, supporting renowned painters like Leonardo da Vinci, Titian, and Andrea Mantegna. She transformed the court of Mantua into a hub of artistic and intellectual activity, collecting rare manuscripts and commissioning exquisite works that helped define Renaissance aesthetics. Similarly, Catherine de' Medici, as Queen of France, used her influence to promote the arts, commissioning elaborate architecture and theatrical performances that shaped the cultural identity of the French court. Women also made important contributions as intellectuals and writers, helping to shape Renaissance thought. Figures like Christine de Pizan challenged traditional views on gender roles through their literary works. Christine's The Book of the City of Ladies defended women's intellectual capabilities and argued for their place in society, countering the misogynistic narratives of her time. Other female writers, such as Veronica Franco and Vittoria Colonna, contributed poetry and philosophical essays that engaged with themes of love, morality, and humanism, influencing the broader literary culture of the Renaissance. In addition to literature, women shaped Renaissance culture through their involvement in music and education. Many noble women were skilled musicians and composers, performing in private salons and court settings where they helped establish new musical styles. Women like Maddalena Castellana became pioneers in composition, publishing their own madrigals in a time when female composers were rare. Their contributions to music reflected the growing appreciation of female talent and intellect, even within the constraints of Renaissance society. Despite societal limitations, women in the Renaissance found ways to shape cultural movements through patronage, literature, and artistic contributions. Their support of artists and intellectuals, as well as their own creative works, helped define the artistic and intellectual achievements of the period. Though often overshadowed by their male counterparts, their influence remains a crucial part of the Renaissance's lasting legacy. Chapter 8: Religious Art and the Influence of the Church. Religious art played a central role in the Renaissance, reflecting the deep influence of the Church on artistic production. While the period marked a revival of classical antiquity and humanist ideals, Christian themes remained dominant in painting, sculpture, and architecture. The Catholic Church, as the most powerful institution in Europe, was both a patron and a subject of artistic expression, commissioning works that reinforced its authority, inspired devotion, and depicted biblical narratives in ways that were accessible to a largely illiterate population. One of the most significant ways the Church influenced Renaissance art was through patronage. Popes, cardinals, and wealthy religious orders funded ambitious projects that transformed churches and cathedrals into masterpieces of artistic achievement. The Vatican, under the leadership of popes like Julius II and Leo X, commissioned some of the greatest works of the Renaissance, including Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel and Raphael's School of Athens in the Vatican Palace. These works not only glorified Christian teachings, but also showcased the artistic advancements of the time, incorporating perspective, anatomical precision, and dramatic compositions to make religious stories more vivid and emotionally compelling. The Renaissance also saw an evolution in the way religious subjects were depicted. Earlier medieval art had been highly stylized and symbolic, but Renaissance artists introduced a greater sense of realism, depth, and human emotion into their sacred works. Figures like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Titian portrayed biblical figures with lifelike expressions, naturalistic settings, and dynamic movement. Leonardo's The Last Supper, for example, revolutionized religious art by capturing the psychological tension of Christ's announcement of betrayal, making the scene more relatable and dramatic. Similarly, Michelangelo's Pietà conveyed a deeply human sorrow in the Virgin Mary's face, emphasizing the emotional depth of religious devotion. While much of Renaissance religious art was commissioned by the Catholic Church, the Protestant Reformation in the early 16th century introduced a shift in artistic themes. Reformers like Martin Luther criticized the excessive use of religious imagery, leading to a decline in large-scale Catholic commissions in Protestant regions. In response, Catholic leaders initiated the Counter-Reformation, which encouraged a renewed emphasis on religious art as a means of inspiring faith and countering Protestant iconoclasm. This movement led to the dramatic, emotionally charged style of Baroque art, as seen in the works of Caravaggio and Peter Paul Rubens. Through patronage, innovation, and theological influence, the Church shaped the course of Renaissance art, ensuring that religious themes remained at the heart of artistic expression. Even as humanist ideals flourished, faith and devotion remained powerful forces, inspiring some of the most iconic works of the era. The role of religion in Renaissance art. Religion was a driving force behind much of the art produced during the Renaissance, shaping both the subjects and styles of some of history's most celebrated masterpieces. The Catholic Church, as the dominant institution in Europe, played a central role in commissioning works that conveyed religious narratives, reinforced theological doctrines, and inspired devotion among believers. While the Renaissance saw a resurgence of classical themes and humanist ideals, religious art remained a primary means of artistic expression, evolving to reflect the new artistic techniques and philosophies of the time. One of the most significant aspects of religious art in the Renaissance was its increased realism. Unlike the rigid and symbolic representations of medieval religious art, Renaissance artists sought to make biblical scenes more lifelike and emotionally resonant. Figures were depicted with natural proportions, anatomical accuracy, and expressive emotions, making sacred narratives more accessible and relatable. Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper exemplifies this shift, capturing the psychological tension among Christ and his disciples with dynamic composition and perspective. Similarly, Michelangelo's Pietà conveys deep sorrow through the Virgin Mary's tender expression and the lifelike rendering of Christ's body. Patronage by the Church ensured that religious art flourished. Popes, bishops, and religious orders commissioned large-scale projects to decorate churches, chapels, and cathedrals, transforming them into visual representations of divine glory. The Sistine Chapel ceiling, painted by Michelangelo under the commission of Pope Julius II, remains one of the most stunning examples of religious art's grandeur. Raphael's frescoes in the Vatican's Stanza di Raffaello further demonstrated how religious themes could be depicted with both spiritual depth and technical brilliance. Religious art was not only a tool for devotion, but also a means of education. Since much of the population was illiterate, paintings and sculptures served as visual storytelling devices that conveyed biblical narratives. Altarpieces, stained glass windows, and fresco cycles illustrated key moments from the Bible, allowing worshipers to engage with Scripture in a more immersive way. Artists like Fra Angelico, a Dominican friar, combined theological insight with artistic skill, producing works that emphasized both faith and artistic innovation. As the Protestant Reformation emerged in the early 16th century, religious art became a point of contention. Protestant leaders criticized the excesses of Catholic imagery, leading to iconoclasm in some regions. In response, the Catholic Church promoted the Counter-Reformation, encouraging emotionally intense and dramatic religious artworks to reaffirm its authority and inspire renewed faith. This shift would pave the way for the Baroque period, where artists like Caravaggio infused religious scenes with striking contrasts of light and shadow. Through patronage, innovation, and evolving artistic techniques, religion remained at the heart of Renaissance art, shaping its most enduring masterpieces and reinforcing its role as a bridge between faith and artistic expression. Iconography and symbolism in religious works. Religious art during the Renaissance was rich in iconography and symbolism, serving as a visual language that conveyed spiritual messages, theological concepts, and biblical narratives. Artists incorporated familiar symbols to communicate deeper meanings, making sacred themes more accessible to viewers, many of whom were illiterate. These symbols, often rooted in medieval traditions, became more refined and sophisticated as Renaissance artists embraced naturalism and humanism while maintaining the sacred significance of their works. One of the most common symbols in religious art was the halo, representing divine light and holiness. Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints were frequently depicted with glowing aureoles around their heads, signifying their sanctity. Over time, halos became less rigid in form. Whereas medieval art often featured flat, golden discs, Renaissance artists like Raphael and Leonardo da Vinci used subtle shading to create a more natural glow. This shift reflected the period's emphasis on realism while maintaining the spiritual essence of the figures. The lamb was another powerful symbol, representing Christ's role as the sacrificial Lamb of God, Agnus Dei. In depictions of John the Baptist, he is often shown holding a lamb or pointing toward one, emphasizing Jesus' destiny as the Savior. Similarly, the pelican was used as a symbol of Christ's sacrifice, as medieval legends suggested that pelicans fed their young with their own blood, an allegory for the Eucharist and redemption. Flowers and plants played a significant role in religious iconography, each carrying distinct meanings. The white lily, commonly associated with the Virgin Mary, symbolized purity and divine grace. In Annunciation scenes, Gabriel is often shown presenting Mary with a lily, reinforcing her status as the Immaculate Conception. The rose, another Marian symbol, represented love and martyrdom, while the olive branch was a sign of peace and divine favor. Artists carefully selected these natural elements to reinforce theological messages through visually engaging compositions. Colors also held symbolic significance in religious works. Blue, often used in depictions of the Virgin Mary's robes, represented divinity and purity. Red symbolized Christ's passion and sacrifice, frequently appearing in portrayals of his crucifixion or in the robes of martyrs. Gold was associated with the divine realm, used extensively in backgrounds, halos, and sacred objects to signify the presence of God. Artists like Jan van Eyck, Fra Angelico, and Sandro Botticelli masterfully wove these symbols into their compositions, enriching their works with layers of meaning. By integrating iconography with Renaissance artistic advancements, religious paintings and sculptures remained deeply spiritual while also appealing to human emotion and intellect, creating a powerful fusion of faith and artistic expression. Artists commissioned by the Church. During the Renaissance, the Church played a crucial role in commissioning artworks that celebrated Christian themes, reinforced religious teachings, and demonstrated the wealth and power of religious institutions. Many of the greatest artists of the period, including Michelangelo, Raphael, and Leonardo da Vinci, received commissions from the Catholic Church, leading to some of the most iconic masterpieces in art history. These commissions not only provided financial support to artists, but also allowed them to refine their skills and push artistic boundaries while serving a higher spiritual purpose. One of the most famous commissions was Michelangelo's work on the Sistine Chapel ceiling, ordered by Pope Julius II in 1508. Originally reluctant to accept the project, Michelangelo created an awe-inspiring fresco depicting scenes from the Book of Genesis, including the creation of Adam, which remains one of the most recognizable images in Western art. Later, he returned to the Sistine Chapel to paint the Last Judgment on the altar wall, a dramatic and intense portrayal of the Second Coming of Christ. His work demonstrated not only his mastery of the human form, but also the Church's desire to use art to inspire devotion and reverence. Raphael was another artist closely tied to the Church, particularly through his work for Pope Julius II and his successor, Pope Leo X. He was commissioned to decorate the papal apartments, now known as the Raphael Rooms, in the Vatican. His fresco, The School of Athens, though not explicitly religious, was a testament to the intellectual spirit of the Renaissance, blending classical philosophy with Christian ideals. Raphael also created numerous altarpieces, including the Sistine Madonna, which became one of the most influential depictions of the Virgin Mary. Leonardo da Vinci, while not as extensively commissioned by the Church as Michelangelo or Raphael, still produced religious masterpieces, most notably The Last Supper. Painted for the Dominican convent of San Maria delle Grazie in Milan, this mural captured the dramatic moment when Christ reveals that one of his disciples will betray him. Through masterful composition, perspective, and emotional depth, Leonardo transformed a traditional biblical scene into a psychologically intense and spiritually profound masterpiece. Beyond these masters, countless other artists, including Fra Angelico, Titian, and Caravaggio, were also engaged by the Church to create altarpieces, frescoes, and sculptures. Their works served not only as acts of devotion, but also as tools for religious education, inspiring faith in both the clergy and lay people. The Renaissance Church's patronage of art solidified the power of visual storytelling in spreading Christian doctrine, leaving behind a legacy that continues to captivate audiences today. The Sistine Chapel and its significance. The Sistine Chapel stands as one of the most extraordinary artistic achievements of the Renaissance, a masterpiece of religious and cultural significance. Located within the Vatican, it serves as the official chapel of the Pope and a place of great liturgical importance, most notably as the site of papal conclaves where new popes are elected. However, its global fame is primarily due to the breathtaking frescoes that adorn its walls and ceiling, particularly those created by Michelangelo, which have come to define the height of Renaissance art. Commissioned by Pope Sixtus IV in the late 15th century, the chapel's decoration initially involved several leading artists of the time, including Sandro Botticelli, Pietro Perugino, and Domenico Ghirlandaio. These artists painted frescoes along the walls depicting scenes from the lives of Moses and Christ, reinforcing the continuity between the Old and New Testaments. While these works were remarkable in their own right, it was Michelangelo's later contributions that elevated the Sistine Chapel into an unparalleled artistic marvel. In 1508, Pope Julius II tasked Michelangelo with painting the chapel's ceiling, a project the artist was initially hesitant to undertake, as he considered himself more of a sculptor than a painter. Over 4 years, Michelangelo transformed the ceiling into an awe-inspiring visual narrative, covering approximately 12,000 square feet with intricate and dynamic scenes. The central panels depict 9 stories from the Book of Genesis, including the creation of Adam, which has become one of the most iconic images in the history of art. Surrounding these biblical scenes are prophets, sibyls, and ancestral figures, all rendered with Michelangelo's signature mastery of the human form and dramatic composition. Decades later, Michelangelo returned to the Sistine Chapel to paint the Last Judgment on the altar wall, commissioned by Pope Clement II and completed under Pope Paul III. Unlike the harmonious and structured ceiling, this fresco presents a chaotic and intense vision of the second coming of Christ, with figures in various states of salvation or damnation. The powerful composition and emotionally charged figures reflect the growing tension of the Counter-Reformation era, emphasizing the gravity of divine judgment. The Sistine Chapel remains a cornerstone of artistic and religious history, attracting millions of visitors each year. Beyond its breathtaking beauty, it represents the Renaissance ideals of humanism, divine inspiration, and artistic innovation. Michelangelo's work not only redefined the possibilities of painting, but also reinforced the enduring power of art as a medium for spiritual and cultural expression. The shift from Gothic to Renaissance religious art. The transition from Gothic to Renaissance religious art marked a profound change in artistic expression, reflecting broader cultural and intellectual shifts in Europe. While Gothic art, which dominated the medieval period, was characterized by elongated figures, rigid compositions, and an emphasis on spiritual symbolism, Renaissance art introduced a greater sense of naturalism, perspective, and human emotion. This transformation was largely driven by the revival of classical ideals, advancements in artistic techniques, and a renewed interest in the human experience. Gothic religious art was deeply rooted in medieval scholasticism and aimed to evoke a sense of divine transcendence. Figures in Gothic paintings and sculptures often appeared stylized, with elongated proportions and a lack of individual identity. Gold backgrounds were frequently used in paintings to symbolize the heavenly realm, reinforcing the idea that religious scenes existed outside the earthly world. Gothic cathedrals, such as Chartres and Notre Dame, exemplified the verticality and grandeur of this style, with towering spires, pointed arches, and stained glass windows that bathed interiors in mystical light. The overall aesthetic sought to elevate the viewer's mind toward the divine rather than depict human life realistically. With the dawn of the Renaissance in the 14th and 15th centuries, particularly in Italy, artists began to move away from Gothic conventions. Inspired by classical antiquity, they sought to depict religious subjects with greater realism, depth, and emotion. This shift was influenced by humanism, which emphasized the value of the individual and the material world. Artists such as Giotto, often considered a bridge between Gothic and Renaissance styles, introduced more naturalistic figures and spatial depth in frescoes like those in the Scrovegni Chapel. His use of chiaroscuro, subtle gradations of light and shadow, gave figures a sense of weight and presence, making religious narratives feel more immediate and relatable. The development of linear perspective by Filippo Brunelleschi and its application in painting by artists like Masaccio further transformed religious art. In works such as The Holy Trinity, 1425 to 1427, Masaccio used mathematical perspective to create a convincing illusion of space, drawing viewers into the sacred scene. This innovation allowed religious compositions to feel more immersive and anchored in reality. By the High Renaissance, artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael perfected these techniques, creating religious masterpieces that combined divine themes with humanistic realism. The figures in their paintings conveyed profound emotion, engaging viewers on both a spiritual and psychological level. This departure from the more symbolic Gothic tradition solidified Renaissance religious art as a celebration of both faith and human potential, setting the foundation for future artistic movements. Chapter 9: The Northern Renaissance, Parallel Developments. While the Italian Renaissance was characterized by a revival of classical antiquity, the Northern Renaissance developed along a different path, shaped by local traditions, religious influences, and an emphasis on meticulous detail. Centered in regions such as Flanders, the Netherlands, and Germany, the Northern Renaissance maintained a strong connection to Gothic art, but incorporated new techniques and ideas that paralleled those in Italy. Unlike the Italian focus on perspective, anatomy, and classical harmony, Northern artists were renowned for their mastery of oil painting, their attention to minute details, and their deep interest in portraying everyday life alongside religious themes. One of the most significant differences between the two movements was the medium of choice. While Italian artists predominantly used fresco and tempera, Northern artists pioneered the use of oil paints, which allowed for richer colors, greater depth, and subtle gradations of light and shadow. This innovation was largely credited to Jan van Eyck, whose works, such as the Arnolfini portrait, showcased a remarkable ability to render textures, reflections, and intricate patterns with astonishing realism. The use of oil paints enabled Northern artists to achieve an unparalleled level of detail, making their works almost photographic in precision. Religious themes remained dominant in Northern Renaissance art, but they were often depicted in a more intimate and personal manner. Artists such as Rogier van der Weyden and Hans Memling created deeply emotional religious scenes, emphasizing human suffering and devotion with expressive faces and naturalistic settings. The Protestant Reformation, which began in the early 16th century, also influenced artistic trends in the North. As religious tensions grew, some artists, particularly in Protestant regions, moved away from grand Catholic altarpieces in favor of more modest religious imagery, moral allegories, and secular themes. Another defining aspect of the Northern Renaissance was its focus on genre painting and depictions of everyday life. Artists like Peter Bruegel the Elder brought ordinary people and rural landscapes into the artistic spotlight, portraying farmers, village celebrations, and scenes of labor with the same level of care and attention once reserved for religious subjects. Albrecht Dürer, a German master who studied in Italy, blended Northern detail with Italian perspective and classical influences, creating a unique synthesis of the two traditions. His engravings and woodcuts, such as Melancholia Bas and the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, demonstrated a meticulous approach to both technique and intellectual depth. Despite their differences, the Italian and Northern Renaissance movements shared a commitment to innovation and realism. The Northern Renaissance's intricate details, emotional depth, and use of oil paint had a lasting influence on European art, shaping the course of artistic development well into the Baroque period. The differences between the Northern and Italian Renaissance. The Renaissance was a period of profound artistic, intellectual, and cultural growth across Europe, but it took distinct forms in Italy and Northern Europe. While both movements shared a commitment to realism, humanism, and artistic innovation, they developed unique characteristics based on regional influences, available materials, and differing cultural and religious priorities. The Italian Renaissance, centered in cities like Florence, Rome, and Venice, was deeply inspired by the revival of classical antiquity. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael sought to achieve harmony, proportion, and idealized beauty, often drawing on Greco-Roman art for inspiration. The development of linear perspective, pioneered by artists like Brunelleschi and Masaccio, revolutionized Italian art by creating a structured mathematical approach to spatial depth. Frescoes and large-scale works in churches and public buildings were common, as Italian artists frequently worked with tempera and fresco painting, which required rapid execution on wet plaster. In contrast, the Northern Renaissance, which flourished in Flanders, the Netherlands, and Germany, maintained stronger ties to medieval traditions while embracing new artistic techniques. Rather than focusing on classical ideals, Northern artists emphasized meticulous detail, intricate textures, and lifelike representations of everyday life. The use of oil paint, which was perfected by artists such as Jan van Eyck, allowed for rich colors, soft transitions between light and shadow, and an unprecedented level of detail. This approach differed from the broader, more sculptural forms found in Italian painting, favoring precision over idealization. Religious themes played a central role in both movements, but their representations varied. In Italy, religious art often depicted biblical scenes in grand monumental compositions with balanced figures and classical architecture. The Northern Renaissance, however, leaned towards more intimate, emotionally expressive religious imagery. Artists like Rogier van der Weyden and Hans Memling created deeply personal devotional works, while Hieronymus Bosch introduced surreal, symbolic interpretations of religious themes. The Protestant Reformation also shaped Northern art, leading to a decline in large altarpieces and a rise in secular subjects, such as portraiture and genre painting. Another key difference lay in the representation of human figures. Italian artists idealized the human form, drawing inspiration from ancient sculptures and anatomical studies to achieve perfect proportions. Northern artists, on the other hand, depicted figures with greater individuality, sometimes exaggerating features to highlight personality, status, or moral lessons. This is evident in the works of Albrecht Dürer, whose engravings combine scientific observation with artistic refinement. Despite these differences, both the Italian and Northern Renaissance profoundly shaped the future of Western art. The Italian emphasis on perspective and classical beauty influenced artistic traditions across Europe, while the Northern commitment to detail and realism paved the way for later movements such as Dutch Baroque and Romanticism. Key figures: Jan van Eyck, Albrecht Dürer. Jan van Eyck and Albrecht Dürer were two of the most influential artists of the Northern Renaissance, each contributing significantly to the development of painting, engraving, and artistic theory. Their work set new standards for realism, technique, and the use of materials, leaving a lasting impact on European art. Jan van Eyck, a Flemish painter active in the early 15th century, is often credited with revolutionizing the use of oil paint. While oil painting was not his invention, he mastered its application, creating works with an unparalleled level of detail, depth, and luminosity. His most famous painting, the Arnolfini Portrait, 1434, is a prime example of his skill in capturing textures, reflections, and complex symbolism. The painting's rich colors and layered glazes showcase Van Eyck's technical brilliance, while the intricate details, such as the reflection in the mirror and the realistic fabric textures, highlight his meticulous approach. His religious works, including the Ghent altarpiece, 1432, display an extraordinary ability to render light, flesh tones, and architectural space with a precision that was unprecedented in European art. Van Eyck's signature, often accompanied by the phrase "als ich kann," as best I can, reflects his confidence in his artistic mastery. Albrecht Dürer, a German painter, engraver, and theorist, was one of the first Northern artists to absorb Italian Renaissance influences while maintaining the detailed realism characteristic of Northern European art. His travels to Italy in the late 15th and early 16th centuries exposed him to the principles of perspective, anatomy, and proportion, which he integrated into his own work. Dürer was a master of printmaking, and his engravings, such as Melancholia Was, 1514, and Night, Death, and the Devil, 1513, showcase his ability to create highly detailed, thought-provoking compositions filled with complex symbolism. His woodcut series, The Apocalypse, 1498, demonstrated his innovative approach to storytelling, combining dramatic, expressive figures with intricate backgrounds. Dürer was also deeply invested in the intellectual side of art, publishing treatises on perspective, proportion, and measurement that influenced generations of artists. His self-portraits, particularly the one from 1500 in which he depicts himself in a Christ-like pose, reveal his awareness of the artist's elevated status in society, reflecting the Renaissance ideal of the artist as both a craftsman and an intellectual. Both Van Eyck and Dürer played pivotal roles in shaping the Northern Renaissance, blending meticulous detail with technical innovation. While Van Eyck's work set new standards in oil painting, Dürer's engravings and theoretical writings helped bridge the gap between the artistic traditions of Northern and Italian Europe, ensuring their legacies endured for centuries. The influence of oil painting in the North. Oil painting played a transformative role in the development of Northern Renaissance art, allowing artists to achieve unprecedented levels of detail, realism, and depth. Unlike the tempera used in Italy, which dried quickly and limited blending, oil paint provided Northern artists with greater flexibility, richer colors, and a longer working time. This shift in medium led to a new approach to artistic expression, influencing both technique and subject matter. Jan van Eyck is often credited with perfecting the use of oil paint in the early 15th century. His meticulous layering technique allowed for the creation of luminous surfaces and intricate details that were previously unattainable. Works like the Arnolfini portrait and the Gent altarpiece demonstrate his ability to render textures such as fur, velvet, and glass with astonishing realism. The smooth transitions between light and shadow, combined with vibrant, deep colors, set a new standard for painting in the North. His innovations influenced generations of artists, establishing oil as the dominant painting medium. The versatility of oil paint enabled Northern artists to explore new themes and compositions. Detailed portraiture became more prominent as the slow-drying paint allowed for careful modeling of faces, clothing, and accessories. The ability to build up transparent layers, or glazes, created a striking illusion of depth, making figures appear lifelike. This new level of realism was particularly effective in religious altarpieces, where artists could depict sacred figures with a tangible presence, enhancing the spiritual experience for viewers. Albrecht Dürer, though primarily known for his engravings, also embraced oil painting techniques after his travels to Italy. His self-portraits and religious works reflect a mastery of blending and a sophisticated use of color that mirrored Italian advancements while maintaining the Northern tradition of minute detail. Dürer's ability to combine the precision of oil with mathematical principles of perspective helped bridge the gap between the Northern and Italian Renaissances. The widespread use of oil paint also contributed to the success of the Northern Renaissance beyond Flanders and Germany. Dutch and Flemish painters, such as Rogier van der Weyden and Hans Memling, continued to refine oil techniques, leading to the highly detailed, light-infused works that defined later movements like the Dutch Golden Age. Oil paint's adaptability made it the preferred medium across Europe, influencing artists from Titian in Venice to Rembrandt in the Netherlands. Ultimately, the mastery of oil painting in the North revolutionized artistic practice. The ability to create more naturalistic textures enhanced depth, and refined color contrasts solidified its place as the foundation of European painting for centuries to come. Renaissance ideals in Northern Europe. While the Italian Renaissance focused on classical antiquity, humanism, and idealized beauty, the Northern Renaissance embraced these ideals while maintaining a distinct character shaped by local traditions, religious devotion, and an emphasis on realism. The spread of Renaissance thought beyond Italy was influenced by increased trade, the invention of the printing press, and the movement of artists and scholars between regions. As a result, Northern European artists and thinkers adopted and adapted Renaissance principles to fit their cultural context. One of the key Renaissance ideals that flourished in the North was humanism, though it took a more religious and moral direction than in Italy. Thinkers such as Erasmus of Rotterdam emphasized the importance of education, classical learning, and moral virtue, advocating for a reformation of religious practices based on reason and biblical study. Unlike the secular approach of Italian humanists, Northern intellectuals sought to reconcile Renaissance humanism with Christian faith, leading to movements such as Christian humanism, which influenced later Protestant reformers. In the visual arts, the Northern Renaissance was defined by an intense focus on naturalism and detail. Rather than idealized figures inspired by Greek and Roman sculpture, Northern artists sought to depict the world with striking realism. This is evident in the works of Jan van Eyck, Albrecht Dürer, and Hans Holbein, who meticulously rendered textures, individual facial features, and even atmospheric effects. The Northern Renaissance placed great value on precision and the faithful representation of everyday life, making portraits and domestic scenes just as significant as grand mythological or religious subjects. The invention and widespread use of oil paint contributed to the Northern Renaissance's distinct aesthetic. Unlike fresco or tempera, oil allowed for deep, rich colors and subtle gradations of light and shadow, enhancing the illusion of depth. Artists such as Rogier van der Weyden and Hieronymus Bosch used this technique to create compositions filled with symbolic details, reflecting the Northern interest in allegory and moral storytelling. Religious art remained a dominant theme, but it often depicted biblical stories with a heightened emotional intensity, emphasizing human suffering and redemption. The Northern Renaissance also embraced the Renaissance fascination with perspective and proportion, though often in a more intuitive manner compared to the mathematically precise approach in Italy. Artists like Dürer sought to bridge this gap by studying Italian techniques, incorporating classical ideas into their work, while maintaining the Northern tradition of intricate detail. Ultimately, Renaissance ideals in Northern Europe retained a strong connection to faith, moral philosophy, and realism. While inspired by Italy's artistic and intellectual advancements, the Northern Renaissance developed its own identity, enriching European culture with its meticulous craftsmanship, religious depth, and devotion to the human experience. The role of printmaking and book illustration. Printmaking and book illustration played a crucial role in the Northern Renaissance, revolutionizing the way art and knowledge were disseminated. Unlike in Italy, where large frescoes and grand oil paintings dominated, Northern European artists embraced printmaking as a means of reaching a wider audience. The development of woodcuts, engravings, and etchings allowed for the mass production of images, making artistic and intellectual ideas more accessible than ever before. One of the most significant impacts of printmaking was its ability to reproduce artworks and religious imagery on a large scale. Before this innovation, paintings and illuminated manuscripts were one-of-a-kind pieces, often reserved for the elite. Printmaking, however, democratized art by making high-quality images available to the middle class. Prints of biblical scenes, saints, and moral allegories became popular household items, reinforcing religious devotion and spreading Renaissance ideals to broader audiences. Albrecht Dürer was a leading figure in the development of printmaking as an artistic medium. His mastery of engraving and woodcuts elevated the status of prints from simple reproductions to highly detailed, expressive works of art. His series, such as The Apocalypse and Melancholia Was, showcased his ability to combine intricate detail with deep philosophical meaning. Dürer's travels to Italy also influenced his approach, allowing him to merge Northern precision with Italian humanism and perspective, further advancing the quality of printmaking. Book illustration also flourished during this period, particularly with the rise of movable type printing, following Johannes Gutenberg's invention of the printing press in the mid-15th century. Before this, books were laboriously copied by hand and decorated with intricate illuminations. With the advent of the printing press, text and images could be reproduced quickly and efficiently, leading to an explosion of illustrated books. Scientific treatises, biblical texts, and literary works were now accompanied by detailed engravings and woodcuts that enhanced comprehension and visual appeal. Illustrated books played a vital role in the spread of knowledge, particularly in fields like anatomy, botany, and cartography. Artists and scholars collaborated to produce scientifically accurate images, such as those in the Humani Corporis Fabrica by Andreas Vesalius, which transformed the study of human anatomy. These illustrations not only advanced scientific understanding, but also demonstrated the Renaissance commitment to observation and empirical study. Ultimately, printmaking and book illustration reshaped the artistic and intellectual landscape of the Northern Renaissance. They bridged the gap between elite and popular culture, preserved and spread Renaissance ideals, and laid the foundation for modern visual communication, proving that art could exist beyond traditional mediums and reach an ever-expanding audience. Chapter 10, The High Renaissance, Peak of Artistic Achievement. The High Renaissance, which spanned roughly from 1490 to 1527, marked the pinnacle of artistic achievement in Europe. This period saw the refinement of techniques developed during the early Renaissance, as artists reached an unprecedented level of mastery in perspective, anatomy, composition, and the use of light and shadow. The movement was characterized by a balance of idealized beauty and naturalism, with artists striving for harmony, proportion, and emotional depth in their works. At the heart of the High Renaissance were three towering figures: Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael. Each of these masters contributed uniquely to the era's artistic brilliance, pushing the boundaries of creativity and innovation. Leonardo da Vinci's meticulous studies of human anatomy and nature informed his paintings, as seen in The Last Supper and Mona Lisa, where he perfected the use of sfumato, a technique that created soft transitions between colors and tones. Michelangelo, on the other hand, showcased his genius in both sculpture and painting, particularly in his monumental frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, which displayed his mastery of human form and dynamic composition. Raphael, known for his serene and balanced compositions, exemplified the ideals of the High Renaissance in works like The School of Athens, where classical themes and Renaissance humanism merged seamlessly. Rome emerged as the cultural and artistic center during this period, largely due to the patronage of the Vatican. The popes, particularly Julius II and Leo X, sought to glorify the Church through grand artistic commissions, leading to the decoration of the Vatican's chapels, basilicas, and palaces. These commissions provided artists with the opportunity to experiment with complex narratives, vast fresco cycles, and architectural innovations. The fusion of art, religion, and classical influence resulted in works that defined the artistic standards of the Western world for centuries. The High Renaissance was also marked by its influence on architecture. Donato Bramante, considered the leading architect of the period, introduced a sense of monumental harmony with projects such as St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. His designs emphasized symmetry, proportion, and classical elements, which set the foundation for later architectural movements. However, this period of extraordinary artistic achievement was short-lived. In 1527, the sack of Rome by imperial forces disrupted the artistic and cultural dominance of the city, signaling the end of the High Renaissance. Although its era was brief, the legacy of the High Renaissance remains one of the most influential in art history, shaping artistic principles that continue to inspire generations of artists. Defining the High Renaissance. The High Renaissance, which flourished from roughly 1490 to 1527, represents the peak of artistic excellence in Europe, particularly in Italy. This period saw the culmination of the artistic advancements made during the early Renaissance, as artists achieved an extraordinary balance of technical mastery, classical idealism, and humanist philosophy. The movement was defined by a heightened emphasis on harmony, proportion, and realism, as artists sought to create works that reflected both the natural world and an idealized beauty. At the core of the High Renaissance was the belief that art should be a reflection of both intellectual thought and divine inspiration. This era saw the perfection of techniques such as linear perspective, chiaroscuro, the use of light and shadow to create depth, and sfumato, a subtle blending of tones and colors. These innovations allowed artists to depict human figures and landscapes with an unprecedented level of naturalism while maintaining a sense of grandeur and idealization. The movement was dominated by three major artists, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, whose works epitomized the artistic ideals of the period. Leonardo's meticulous study of anatomy, light, and composition resulted in masterpieces such as The Last Supper and Mona Lisa, where he pioneered techniques that would define portraiture and religious art for centuries. Michelangelo's contributions to sculpture and painting, including the monumental David and the Sistine Chapel ceiling, demonstrated an unparalleled understanding of human anatomy and movement, elevating art to a near-divine status. Raphael, known for his balanced compositions and graceful figures, created works like the School of Athens, which synthesized classical philosophy with Renaissance artistic principles. Rome became the center of artistic activity during the High Renaissance, thanks to the patronage of the Vatican. Popes such as Julius II and Leo X commissioned grand projects that fused religious devotion with artistic innovation. St. Peter's Basilica, designed by architects like Bramante and later Michelangelo, symbolized the grandeur and ambition of the period, blending classical architectural principles with Renaissance ideals. Despite its remarkable achievements, the High Renaissance was relatively short-lived. The sack of Rome in 1527 disrupted the city's dominance as a cultural hub, leading to the emergence of new artistic movements such as Mannerism. However, the ideals and innovations of the High Renaissance left a lasting legacy, influencing generations of artists and establishing artistic principles that continue to define Western art. The Vatican's influence on art during this time. During the High Renaissance, the Vatican played a central role in shaping the artistic landscape of Europe. As the seat of the Catholic Church, it was a hub of cultural and intellectual activity, attracting the most talented artists of the time. Popes such as Julius II and Leo X recognized the power of art to communicate religious ideals and assert the Church's authority. Their patronage led to some of the most iconic works of the Renaissance, transforming Rome into a center of artistic excellence. One of the most significant ways the Vatican influenced art was through large-scale commissions that blended religious themes with humanist ideals. Pope Julius II, known for his ambitious vision, sought to glorify the Church by commissioning projects that reflected its power and prestige. Under his direction, artists like Michelangelo and Raphael were given the opportunity to create masterpieces that defined the era. Michelangelo's frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, completed between 1508 and 1512, remain one of the greatest achievements in Western art. His dramatic depiction of biblical scenes, including the creation of Adam, combined anatomical precision with divine grandeur, emphasizing the Church's role as a mediator between humanity and God. Raphael's contributions to Vatican art were equally significant. His frescoes in the Apostolic Palace, particularly the School of Athens, exemplified the Renaissance ideal of fusing classical philosophy with Christian themes. Commissioned by Pope Julius II for the Stanza della Signatura, Raphael's work positioned the Vatican as not only a religious institution, but also an intellectual and artistic center that embraced both theology and classical wisdom. The Vatican's influence extended beyond painting and sculpture into architecture. Pope Julius II initiated the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica, a monumental project that would define Renaissance architecture. Designed by Donato Bramante and later refined by Michelangelo and others, the basilica symbolized the church's wealth and grandeur. Its classical proportions and innovative dome set new architectural standards, reinforcing the Vatican's status as a beacon of artistic and religious achievement. Despite the Vatican's crucial role in fostering artistic innovation, its patronage was not purely aesthetic. Art was also a tool for reinforcing church doctrine and countering the rise of Protestantism. By commissioning visually stunning works that emphasized Catholic teachings, the Vatican sought to inspire devotion and assert its authority. The Vatican's patronage during the High Renaissance resulted in some of history's most celebrated artworks. By supporting artists who blended religious themes with humanist ideals, the Church left an enduring artistic legacy that continues to define Western art and architecture. Artistic innovations of the period. The High Renaissance marked a period of extraordinary artistic innovation, with artists refining techniques that had emerged during the early Renaissance and pushing them to new levels of sophistication. This era saw the mastery of perspective, the heightened use of light and shadow, advancements in anatomy, and a more naturalistic approach to composition, all of which contributed to a heightened sense of realism and emotional depth in art. One of the most defining innovations was the perfected use of linear perspective. While the technique had been explored by early Renaissance artists like Brunelleschi and Masaccio, High Renaissance masters such as Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael elevated it to new heights. Their paintings displayed a mathematically precise depth that created the illusion of three-dimensional space. Raphael's The School of Athens exemplifies this mastery, with its vanishing point leading the viewer's eye toward the central figures of Plato and Aristotle, creating a sense of balance and harmony. Another major development was the refined use of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and shadow to create a sense of volume and depth. Leonardo da Vinci was particularly influential in this area, using a technique known as sfumato, a soft blending of tones that eliminated harsh outlines. This can be seen in Mona Lisa, where the delicate transitions between light and dark give her face a lifelike, almost mysterious quality. Michelangelo also applied dramatic lighting effects in his frescoes, particularly in the Sistine Chapel ceiling, where figures emerged dynamically from the background. The study of human anatomy also reached new levels of precision, leading to more accurate and expressive representations of the human form. Leonardo da Vinci's extensive anatomical studies, documented in his sketchbooks, informed his ability to depict musculature and movement with remarkable accuracy. Michelangelo's deep understanding of anatomy is evident in his sculptures, such as David and Pietà, where the naturalistic portrayal of muscles and posture conveys both strength and emotion. Composition also underwent a transformation, with artists moving away from rigid symmetry and instead favoring dynamic arrangements that guided the viewer's eye across the canvas. This can be seen in Leonardo's The Last Supper, where the placement of the figures and the subtle gestures of Christ and the apostles create a narrative tension. Similarly, Raphael's frescoes achieve a perfect balance between complexity and clarity, making his scenes both intellectually engaging and visually pleasing. These artistic innovations defined the High Renaissance, setting new standards for realism, emotional depth, and technical mastery. The period's advancements in perspective, light, anatomy, and composition not only shaped the art of its time, but also laid the foundation for future generations of artists. Major works: The Last Supper, The Creation of Adam. Two of the most iconic masterpieces of the High Renaissance, The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci and The Creation of Adam by Michelangelo, exemplify the era's artistic brilliance. Both works showcase technical innovation, deep symbolism, and a mastery of human expression that have made them enduring symbols of artistic excellence. Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, painted between 1495 and 1498 in the refectory of the convent of Santa Maria delle Grazie in Milan, is a groundbreaking depiction of Christ's final meal with his disciples. Unlike earlier versions of the scene, Leonardo infused it with dramatic tension and psychological depth. He captured the moment Christ declares that one of the apostles will betray him, sparking a wave of emotional reactions. The composition is structured around a central vanishing point located at Christ's head, reinforcing his importance within the scene. The arrangement of the apostles in dynamic yet balanced groupings enhances the naturalism and narrative clarity of the piece. Leonardo's innovative use of light and shadow, along with his mastery of perspective, makes The Last Supper a defining work of the High Renaissance. Despite its fragile state, due to experimental painting techniques, it remains one of the most studied and admired works in Western art. Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam, part of the Sistine Chapel ceiling frescoes, painted between 1508 and 1512, is one of the most recognized images in art history. Located at the heart of the ceiling, it depicts the biblical moment when God gives life to Adam. The composition is strikingly simple yet deeply powerful, with the nearly touching hands of God and Adam symbolizing the divine transmission of life and intellect. Michelangelo's mastery of anatomy is evident in the muscular yet relaxed form of Adam, whose outstretched arm and passive posture suggest both anticipation and dependence on God. The celestial figures surrounding God, particularly the female figure believed by some scholars to represent Eve or wisdom, add to the painting's complexity. The dramatic contrast between the vigorous movement of God and the languid pose of Adam heightens the painting's emotional impact. Both The Last Supper and The Creation of Adam stand as testaments to the High Renaissance's emphasis on human emotion, anatomical accuracy, and visual storytelling. These masterpieces continue to influence artists and captivate audiences, underscoring the era's profound impact on the course of Western art. The legacy of High Renaissance artists. The High Renaissance left an enduring legacy that continues to shape the world of art. The masters of this era, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, set new artistic standards in composition, perspective, anatomy, and emotional depth. Their influence extended far beyond their lifetimes, inspiring future generations of artists and establishing the foundations of Western artistic traditions. One of the most significant contributions of High Renaissance artists was their mastery of human anatomy and naturalistic representation. Leonardo da Vinci's studies of the human body, based on meticulous dissections, provided invaluable insights into proportion and movement. His Vitruvian Man became a symbol of the perfect balance between art and science, a principle that guided artists for centuries. Michelangelo's sculptures, such as David and Pietà, demonstrated an unparalleled understanding of musculature and expression, influencing sculptors well into the Baroque and Neoclassical periods. The High Renaissance also perfected the use of perspective and composition, creating a sense of depth and harmony that revolutionized visual storytelling. Raphael's School of Athens exemplifies this achievement, combining a balanced architectural setting with lifelike figures in dynamic yet orderly arrangements. His ability to infuse his paintings with grace and clarity became a model for future artists, particularly in the academic traditions of the 17th and 18th centuries. Beyond technical advancements, the emotional intensity captured in High Renaissance works profoundly influenced later artistic movements. Michelangelo's Last Judgment in the Sistine Chapel introduced a dramatic, almost mannerist energy that foreshadowed the emotional expressiveness of the Baroque. Leonardo's enigmatic Mona Lisa set a new standard for portraiture, inspiring countless artists to explore psychological depth in their subjects. The legacy of these artists was further cemented by their impact on art education. The techniques developed during the High Renaissance became fundamental to artistic training, particularly in academies established in the following centuries. The principles of chiaroscuro, sfumato, and anatomical precision continued to be studied and applied by artists from Caravaggio to Ingres. Even beyond the realm of fine art, the works of the High Renaissance shaped cultural perceptions of beauty, heroism, and intellect. The grandeur and idealism embodied in their paintings and sculptures influenced literature, architecture, and philosophy. Today, their masterpieces remain some of the most celebrated and studied artworks in history, ensuring that the artistic ideals of the High Renaissance continue to inspire new generations. Chapter 11, Mannerism, a Shift in Style. As the High Renaissance reached its peak, a new artistic movement began to emerge, Mannerism. Unlike the balance, harmony, and idealized naturalism of Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, Mannerism introduced a more exaggerated, artificial, and expressive approach to art. This shift reflected changing cultural and social dynamics, as well as a growing desire among artists to break from the rigid structures of classical ideals. Mannerism, which developed in the early 16th century, is characterized by elongated proportions, exaggerated poses, and a heightened sense of drama. Artists moved away from the strict symmetry and clarity of the High Renaissance, instead favoring complex compositions and a greater emphasis on emotion. Figures often appeared unnaturally stretched, with twisted or contorted postures that defied traditional anatomical correctness. This stylistic change can be seen in the works of artists like Jacopo Pontormo and Parmigianino, whose paintings are marked by vivid colors, unusual perspectives, and a dreamlike, almost surreal quality. One of the most famous examples of mannerism is Parmigianino's Madonna with the long neck, in which the Virgin Mary is depicted with an elongated figure, surrounded by strangely proportioned angels. This deliberate distortion was not meant to be realistic, but rather to create a sense of elegance and refinement that set mannerism apart from its predecessors. Similarly, Pontormo's Deposition from the Cross features floating, weightless figures in a composition that rejects the balance and perspective of earlier Renaissance masters. Mannerism was not confined to painting alone. Sculpture and architecture also reflected its stylistic tendencies. Michelangelo, though considered a high Renaissance artist, contributed to the development of mannerism through his later works, such as the Last Judgment fresco in the Sistine Chapel, where figures are rendered with exaggerated musculature and movement. In architecture, Mannerist buildings like Giulio Romano's Palazzo del broke classical rules with unexpected spatial arrangements, playful ornamentation, and dramatic use of light and shadow. The emergence of mannerism coincided with a period of political and religious uncertainty in Europe, particularly following the Protestant Reformation. The idealized world of the High Renaissance no longer seemed to reflect the complexities of reality, and artists sought new ways to express their individuality and the tensions of the time. While mannerism was eventually succeeded by the grandeur of the Baroque period, it played a crucial role in expanding the possibilities of artistic expression, demonstrating that art could go beyond strict realism and embrace a more imaginative and expressive approach. The emergence of mannerism in response to the High Renaissance. As the High Renaissance reached its peak in the early 16th century, a new artistic movement began to emerge, Mannerism. While the High Renaissance was characterized by harmony, balance, and idealized naturalism, Mannerism took a different approach, favoring complexity, exaggeration, and artistic experimentation. This shift was not simply a rejection of the Renaissance ideals, but rather an evolution, as artists sought to push boundaries and challenge traditional artistic norms. Mannerism developed in part as a response to the perfection achieved by masters such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael. Their works, with their mastery of perspective, anatomy, and composition, set a standard so high that younger artists felt compelled to innovate rather than imitate. Instead of striving for ideal proportions and naturalistic beauty, Mannerist artists deliberately distorted figures, elongated limbs, and created compositions that felt dynamic and sometimes unsettling. This stylistic shift can be seen in paintings such as Parmigianino's Madonna with the long neck, where the Virgin Mary's figure is unnaturally stretched, and her pose is both elegant and otherworldly. Similarly, Jacopo Pontormo's Deposition from the Cross abandons the stable pyramidal compositions of the High Renaissance in favor of swirling, weightless figures that seem to float in an undefined space. These works reflect a growing interest in emotion, movement, and ambiguity, setting Mannerism apart from its predecessors. Mannerism was also influenced by the changing political and religious climate of the time. The Protestant Reformation challenged the authority of the Catholic Church, leading to a period of uncertainty and upheaval. This instability was reflected in the art of the period, as artists moved away from the clear, logical compositions of the Renaissance and embraced a more theatrical and expressive approach. Michelangelo's later works, such as The Last Judgment, fresco in the Sistine Chapel, show a shift toward the exaggerated musculature and dramatic tension that define Mannerism. In addition to painting, Mannerist principles extended to sculpture and architecture. In sculpture, figures were often posed in unnatural, twisting movements, as seen in Giambologna's The Rape of the Sabine Women. In architecture, Giulio Romano's Palazzo del Te broke classical rules by incorporating unexpected proportions and illusionistic elements that played with perspective. Though Mannerism was eventually overtaken by the grandeur of the Baroque period, it played a crucial role in expanding artistic expression. By challenging the conventions of the High Renaissance, Mannerist artists paved the way for more experimental approaches to art, demonstrating that beauty could be found in distortion, tension, and complexity. Key Mannerist artists and their styles. Mannerism was defined by its departure from the harmonious naturalism of the High Renaissance, embracing elongated forms, exaggerated poses, and complex compositions. Several artists played a crucial role in shaping this movement, each bringing their unique stylistic innovations to painting, sculpture, and architecture. One of the most notable Mannerist painters was Jacopo Pontormo, whose work exemplified the movement's departure from classical balance. His Deposition from the Cross, 1525-1528, is a striking example of Mannerism's emotional intensity and unconventional composition. The figures appear weightless, with elongated limbs and exaggerated expressions, set against a background that lacks clear spatial definition. Pontormo's use of vibrant, unnatural colors further contributes to the dreamlike, almost otherworldly effect of his work. Parmigianino was another key figure in Mannerism, known for his elegant distortions and refined technique. His Madonna with the long neck, 1534 to 1540, epitomizes the Mannerist fascination with elongation, as the Virgin Mary's neck and limbs are exaggerated to an unnatural degree. This painting also demonstrates Mannerism's love of complex and ambiguous compositions, as the placement of figures and the unfinished architectural background create a sense of mystery and disorientation. Parmigianino's mastery of chiaroscuro and delicate modeling allowed him to push the boundaries of idealized beauty while maintaining a graceful and refined aesthetic. In Spain, El Greco took Mannerist principles to new heights, merging them with his deeply spiritual and dramatic style. His figures are often elongated to an extreme, with expressive gestures and intense emotion. Works such as The Burial of the Count of Orgaz, 1586, display his use of contrasting colors, supernatural lighting, and dynamic composition to create a sense of divine transcendence. El Greco's art bridges the gap between Mannerism and the early Baroque, emphasizing theatricality and heightened emotion. In sculpture, Giambologna was a leading Mannerist artist known for his dynamic compositions and mastery of movement. His The Rape of the Sabine Women, 1579 to 1583, demonstrates the figura serpentinata, or serpentine figure, where twisting forms create a sense of energy and tension. Unlike the stable, balanced poses of the High Renaissance, Giambologna's figures seem to spiral upward, engaging the viewer from multiple angles. Architectural mannerism also flourished, with Giulio Romano at the forefront. His Palazzo Te in Mantua defied classical expectations by incorporating playful distortions, unexpected proportions, and illusionistic elements. By deliberately breaking architectural rules, Romano introduced a new sense of artistic experimentation that would influence later movements. These artists, each in their own way, pushed the boundaries of artistic convention, demonstrating that beauty and meaning could be found in complexity, exaggeration, and ambiguity. Their contributions ensured that Mannerism remained a significant bridge between the Renaissance and the dramatic grandeur of the Baroque period. The use of exaggerated proportions and distortion. Mannerist artists intentionally moved away from the balanced harmony of the High Renaissance, instead favoring exaggerated proportions and deliberate distortions to create tension, drama, and complexity. This stylistic shift reflected a desire to break conventional artistic norms, emphasizing artificiality over naturalism and elegance over realism. One of the most striking aspects of Mannerist art is the elongation of figures, which creates an ethereal, almost unnatural beauty. Parmigianino's Madonna with the long neck, 1534 to 1540, exemplifies this tendency, as the Virgin Mary's neck and fingers are unnaturally stretched, giving her an almost serpentine quality. The infant Christ's body is also elongated, appearing oddly disproportionate. This distortion enhances the painting's gracefulness, but also introduces an unsettling sense of imbalance, a hallmark of Mannerist aesthetics. Pontormo's Deposition from the Cross, 1525 to 1528, further illustrates the use of exaggerated proportions to create emotional intensity. The figures appear weightless, their limbs extending unnaturally as they float in a shallow, ambiguous space. Instead of a structured, grounded composition, the figures twist and turn in dramatic, almost choreographed movements. This manipulation of anatomy and spatial relationships heightens the painting's sense of unease and otherworldliness. In sculpture, Giambologna's The Rape of the Sabine Women, 1579 to 1583, embodies the concept of figura serpentinata, a twisting, spiral-like pose that forces viewers to walk around the sculpture to fully grasp its movement. Unlike the balanced, grounded figures of the High Renaissance, Giambologna's composition emphasizes instability and continuous motion. The figure's elongated limbs and exaggerated postures intensify the drama of the scene, making the sculpture feel dynamic and almost weightless despite its massive scale. El Greco took distortion to an extreme, using elongated figures and exaggerated gestures to convey intense spirituality. In works like The Burial of the Count of Orgaz, 1586, his figures appear stretched and almost ghostly, with unnatural proportions that heighten their emotional expressiveness. This distortion of the human form served to create a sense of divine presence, making his paintings feel mystical and transcendent, rather than strictly realistic. Even architecture saw the influence of distortion, as Giulio Romano's Palazzo del Te in Mantua deliberately played with classical forms, incorporating irregular spacing, illusionistic frescoes, and unexpected structural elements to create a sense of playful disorder. These intentional distortions in proportion and perspective defied Renaissance logic, introducing an experimental approach that foreshadowed later artistic movements. Mannerist artists embraced exaggeration and distortion as tools for artistic expression, moving beyond the perfection of the High Renaissance to create works that were sophisticated, complex, and often unsettling. By challenging conventional notions of proportion and form, they expanded the possibilities of visual storytelling, paving the way for the theatrical grandeur of the Baroque period. The decline of idealized beauty. During the High Renaissance, artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael pursued an idealized vision of beauty, characterized by harmonious proportions, balanced compositions, and lifelike naturalism. However, as artistic tastes evolved, this emphasis on perfection gave way to a more expressive, exaggerated, and often unsettling aesthetic. The decline of idealized beauty marked a shift towards a more subjective and dramatic approach to art, reflecting the complexities and uncertainties of the late Renaissance and early Baroque periods. Mannerism played a crucial role in moving away from the balanced classical ideals of the High Renaissance. Instead of depicting figures with perfect anatomical proportions and serene expressions, Mannerist artists deliberately elongated limbs, distorted poses, and used unnatural color schemes to create an effect that was more theatrical than idealized. Parmigianino's Madonna with the long neck exemplifies this trend, with the Virgin Mary's exaggerated features and the strange, almost unsettling proportions of the surrounding figures. This departure from classical beauty was not due to a lack of skill, but rather a conscious effort to introduce tension, elegance, and complexity into the artwork. Another factor in the decline of idealized beauty was the changing cultural and religious climate of the late 16th century. The Protestant Reformation and the Catholic Counter-Reformation had a profound impact on art, shifting its focus from the serene, balanced compositions of the Renaissance to more emotional and dramatic representations of religious themes. Artists were encouraged to create works that inspired devotion and awe, rather than celebrating the perfection of the human form. This shift is evident in the works of El Greco, whose elongated, almost spectral figures convey a sense of spiritual intensity rather than physical beauty. His painting The Burial of the Count of Orgaz rejects classical proportions in favor of exaggerated, twisting forms that heighten the emotional impact of the scene. In addition to religious influences, the growing interest in psychological expression contributed to the decline of idealized beauty. Late Renaissance and early Baroque artists sought to capture not just physical appearances, but also deep emotional states. This is particularly evident in the works of Caravaggio, whose dramatic use of chiaroscuro, light and shadow, emphasized realism over perfection. His figures often display rugged, imperfect features, emphasizing their humanity rather than an unattainable ideal. As the Renaissance gave way to the Baroque, artists embraced a more dynamic, theatrical approach to beauty. The emphasis shifted from balanced idealism to movement, emotion, and dramatic contrasts. This transformation allowed for greater artistic freedom and set the stage for the expressive, often unfiltered depictions of the human condition that would define later artistic movements. Mannerism's influence on Baroque art. Mannerism, emerging in the late Renaissance, served as a bridge between the classical harmony of the High Renaissance and the dramatic intensity of the Baroque period. While the Mannerist style initially developed as a reaction to the idealized balance of artists like Raphael and Michelangelo, it introduced key artistic elements that would later shape Baroque art. The exaggerated forms, heightened emotional expressions, and complex compositions of Mannerism created a sense of dynamism that the Baroque style would refine and amplify. One of the most significant ways Mannerism influenced Baroque art was through its rejection of strict classical proportions and symmetry. Mannerist artists like Jacopo Pontormo and Parmigianino introduced elongated figures, unnatural postures, and contorted compositions that defied the rational order of the High Renaissance. These elements carried over into the Baroque period, where artists such as Peter Paul Rubens and Gian Lorenzo Bernini pushed movement and expression even further. Baroque painters and sculptors took the Mannerist inclination for theatricality and made it even more immersive, using intense light and shadow, rich color contrasts, and dynamic poses to heighten emotional impact. Another key aspect of Mannerism that influenced Baroque art was its emphasis on tension and instability. High Renaissance art typically portrayed figures in poised and balanced stances, reflecting a sense of order and calm. Mannerist artists, however, disrupted this balance by placing figures in exaggerated, often awkward positions, creating a sense of unease and complexity. This dramatic tension evolved into the Baroque style's focus on movement and energy, seen in works like Caravaggio's The Calling of St. Matthew, where figures twist and reach out in lifelike, immediate gestures. Mannerist architecture also played a role in shaping the Baroque aesthetic. The unconventional and highly decorative designs of architects like Giulio Romano and Giacomo della Porta introduced exaggerated ornamentation, playful distortions of classical forms, and dramatic contrasts in scale. These ideas laid the groundwork for the grandeur of Baroque architecture, exemplified in the extravagant designs of Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini, whose buildings featured bold curves, dramatic facades, and intricate decorative elements that conveyed movement and theatricality. Ultimately, Mannerism served as a transitional phase that helped break the rigid classical ideals of the High Renaissance, paving the way for the expressive, emotional, and immersive qualities of Baroque art. While Mannerism itself was often seen as a refinement of Renaissance techniques, it planted the seeds for the Baroque movement's full embrace of drama, intensity, and grandeur, which would come to define European art in the 17th century. Chapter 12: The Legacy of the Italian Renaissance. The Italian Renaissance left an enduring legacy that shaped the course of Western civilization. It was more than just a period of artistic and intellectual flourishing. It was a movement that transformed the way people thought about art, science, politics, and human potential. The innovations of Renaissance artists, architects, and thinkers set new standards that influenced generations to come, ensuring that the era's impact would extend far beyond its time. One of the most significant contributions of the Italian Renaissance was the development of perspective and realism in art. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael perfected techniques that brought a new level of depth, movement, and emotional expression to their work. The use of linear perspective, chiaroscuro, and anatomical accuracy became fundamental principles that shaped European art for centuries. These techniques not only defined the Renaissance, but also laid the foundation for the Baroque, neoclassical, and even modern artistic movements. The Renaissance also played a crucial role in advancing scientific thought. Figures like Leonardo da Vinci explored the connections between art and science, conducting detailed studies of human anatomy, engineering, and natural phenomena. Their work helped spark a more empirical approach to knowledge, influencing later scientific developments during the Enlightenment. The emphasis on observation and experimentation, a hallmark of Renaissance thinking, eventually led to groundbreaking discoveries in fields such as astronomy, medicine, and physics. Beyond art and science, the Italian Renaissance profoundly impacted literature, philosophy, and political thought. Writers such as Niccolò Machiavelli challenged traditional ideas of governance with works like The Prince, which examined power and human nature in a pragmatic and often controversial way. Humanist scholars revived classical texts, emphasizing the importance of individual achievement, education, and reason. This intellectual revival inspired the Reformation and the broader cultural shifts that would shape modern Europe. Architecturally, the Renaissance left behind some of the world's most iconic structures. The grand domes, harmonious proportions, and classical motifs of architects like Filippo Brunelleschi and Andrea Palladio set a new standard for beauty and functionality. Their influence can still be seen today in public buildings, museums, and even private residences around the world. Ultimately, the Renaissance was not just a moment in history, but a foundation for the modern world. Its ideas about human potential, artistic expression, and intellectual inquiry continue to inspire. Whether through the masterpieces of the era or the revolutionary concepts it introduced, the Italian Renaissance remains one of the most transformative periods in human history, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to shape contemporary culture and thought. The continued influence of Renaissance art in modern times. The artistic achievements of the Renaissance continue to shape modern art, architecture, and design. The principles of realism, perspective, and human expression developed during the Renaissance remain fundamental to artistic creation, influencing everything from contemporary painting and sculpture to digital art and graphic design. The Renaissance's emphasis on balance, composition, and technical mastery continues to be a benchmark for artists, whether they work in traditional media or modern technologies. One of the most significant ways Renaissance art endures is through its impact on modern realism. The techniques pioneered by artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, particularly the use of light and shadow, chiaroscuro, anatomical precision, and depth, have inspired generations of artists. Realist and figurative painters still study the works of Renaissance masters to refine their craft. Even in photography and cinematography, Renaissance compositions and lighting techniques influence framing and visual storytelling. The use of perspective, a defining characteristic of Renaissance art, also continues to be essential in modern design and digital media. Whether in architecture, 3D animation, or video game graphics, the mathematical precision of perspective that artists like Brunelleschi and Masaccio introduced remains a core principle. The ability to create depth and realism in virtual environments owes much to Renaissance discoveries in spatial representation. Beyond fine arts, Renaissance aesthetics are visible in architecture and urban planning. The classical revival that emerged during the Renaissance still informs modern building design, from government institutions to museums and universities. The symmetrical proportions, domes, and colonnades seen in structures like St. Peter's Basilica and the Florence Cathedral have influenced neoclassical and contemporary architectural styles. Many public spaces and landmark buildings across the world incorporate Renaissance-inspired elements, demonstrating its enduring presence in urban landscapes. Additionally, Renaissance ideals of creativity and humanism continue to shape artistic philosophy. The belief in the artist as a thinker, innovator, and intellectual, rather than merely a craftsman, remains central to artistic movements today. Modern artists, much like their Renaissance predecessors, seek to blend science, philosophy, and personal expression in their work. This interdisciplinary approach has given rise to movements that combine art with technology, such as digital installations, conceptual art, and artificial intelligence-generated works. The Renaissance's influence is also evident in popular culture, from film adaptations of historical art to fashion inspired by Renaissance motifs. Its themes of beauty, exploration, and human potential continue to captivate audiences, proving that the Renaissance was not just a historical period, but an artistic revolution whose impact remains deeply embedded in the modern world. The Renaissance's impact on subsequent art movements. The Renaissance set the foundation for nearly every major artistic movement that followed, establishing principles of composition, perspective, and humanism that continued to shape Western art. The artistic innovations of the period influenced the Baroque, Neoclassicism, Romanticism, and even modern movements, ensuring that Renaissance ideals remained relevant long after the era itself had ended. One of the most immediate successors to Renaissance art was the Baroque movement, which emerged in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. While Renaissance artists sought harmony and balance, Baroque artists expanded on these ideas by emphasizing drama, movement, and emotional intensity. The chiaroscuro techniques perfected by Leonardo da Vinci and Caravaggio in the late Renaissance were taken to new extremes in Baroque painting, creating striking contrasts of light and shadow that heightened the sense of realism and theatricality. During the 18th century, Neoclassicism revived the classical influences that had inspired Renaissance artists. Figures such as Jacques-Louis David and Antonio Canova drew from the idealized forms of Michelangelo and Raphael, emphasizing symmetry, order, and moral clarity in their compositions. This movement reaffirmed the Renaissance's admiration for ancient Greco-Roman art and reinforced the idea that art should embody both beauty and intellect. The 19th century saw the rise of Romanticism, which, while reacting against the strict formalism of neoclassicism, still retained Renaissance influences. Romantic artists admired the grandeur and expressive qualities of Renaissance masterpieces and used them as a foundation for their own emotionally charged works. Figures such as Eugène Delacroix and Francisco Goya were inspired by the Renaissance's focus on human experience and individual expression, though they often portrayed subjects in a more turbulent and dramatic fashion. Even in modern and contemporary art, echoes of the Renaissance remain. The realist movement of the 19th century, led by artists such as Gustave Courbet, continued the Renaissance tradition of depicting everyday life with great attention to detail. The development of modern perspective techniques in painting, photography, and digital media owes much to Renaissance discoveries in spatial representation. Additionally, contemporary artists frequently reference Renaissance masterpieces in their work, either by reinterpreting classical compositions or incorporating Renaissance themes into new, innovative forms. Ultimately, the Renaissance redefined the role of the artist and established a lasting visual language that continues to shape artistic expression. Whether in the dramatic lighting of Baroque paintings, the classical precision of neoclassicism, or the bold experimentation of modern art, the legacy of the Renaissance remains an enduring force in the evolution of art movements across the centuries. Preservation and restoration of Renaissance masterpieces. The preservation and restoration of Renaissance masterpieces are crucial to maintaining the artistic and cultural legacy of one of the most influential periods in history. Over the centuries, many iconic works have suffered from environmental damage, aging materials, and human intervention, necessitating careful restoration efforts to protect them for future generations. One of the greatest challenges in preserving Renaissance art is the natural deterioration of materials. Many paintings from the period were created using oil on wood panels or fresco techniques, both of which are vulnerable to cracks, fading, and discoloration. Changes in temperature, humidity, and exposure to light can accelerate the breakdown of pigments and binding agents, leading to the loss of vibrancy and detail. In response, art conservators use advanced scientific techniques, such as infrared scanning and chemical analysis, to understand the composition of the original materials before applying restoration methods. Some of the most significant restoration projects in history have focused on Renaissance masterpieces. One of the most famous examples is the restoration of Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel, completed in the 1990s. Over centuries, layers of grime, candle soot, and previous restoration attempts had dulled the original colors. Using meticulous cleaning techniques and digital imaging, conservators were able to reveal the brilliance of Michelangelo's palette, bringing back the fresco's vivid blues, reds, and golds. However, this restoration was not without controversy, as some critics argued that the cleaning process may have removed intentional shading and details. Another example is Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper, which has endured significant damage due to the fragility of the experimental fresco technique Leonardo used. The painting, housed in Milan's convent of Santa Maria delle Grazie, underwent a lengthy restoration that lasted over 20 years and was completed in 1999. Conservators carefully removed later additions and attempted to stabilize the remaining original paint, preserving as much of Leonardo's vision as possible. Beyond individual works, efforts to preserve Renaissance art extend to the protection of historical sites and museums. Organizations such as UNESCO and the Vatican's restoration teams play a vital role in safeguarding these treasures against pollution, natural disasters, and even vandalism. Advances in technology, including digital imaging and 3D scanning, have also allowed for the creation of detailed replicas and virtual restorations, ensuring that Renaissance masterpieces can be studied and appreciated even if their physical condition declines. Preserving and restoring Renaissance art is an ongoing endeavor, balancing historical integrity with modern scientific advancements. As these masterpieces continue to inspire, The work of conservators ensures that their beauty and significance endure for future generations. The ongoing fascination with Renaissance art. Renaissance art continues to captivate audiences worldwide, remaining one of the most celebrated and studied artistic movements in history. Its enduring appeal lies in its technical mastery, profound humanism, and the timeless themes it explores. The Renaissance was a period of innovation, blending classical inspiration with new artistic techniques, and its influence is still felt in contemporary art, culture, and education. One reason for the ongoing fascination with Renaissance art is its unparalleled craftsmanship. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael achieved levels of realism and depth that were revolutionary in their time. The development of techniques such as linear perspective, chiaroscuro, and sfumato created lifelike compositions that continue to awe modern viewers. The meticulous attention to detail in works like the Mona Lisa, The Creation of Adam, and The School of Athens demonstrates a mastery of anatomy, light, and movement that remains unmatched. The themes of Renaissance art also contribute to its lasting appeal. Many works explore universal subjects such as love, faith, power, and human potential. Religious paintings, such as those by Michelangelo and Botticelli, depict biblical stories with emotional depth and grandeur, making them deeply moving even for contemporary audiences. At the same time, secular works celebrate human achievement, curiosity, and the beauty of the natural world, reflecting the values of the Renaissance that still resonate today. Another factor behind the continued fascination with Renaissance art is its historical significance. The Renaissance marked a turning point in the evolution of Western culture, bridging the medieval and modern worlds. The artworks of this period provide insight into the intellectual, political, and social climate of the time, making them invaluable for historians and art lovers alike. Museums and galleries around the world, from the Louvre in Paris to the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, attract millions of visitors eager to see these masterpieces in person. In the digital age, Renaissance art remains widely accessible and continues to inspire. High-resolution scans, virtual museum tours, and online courses allow people to study these works in incredible detail, deepening their appreciation for the skill and vision of Renaissance artists. Additionally, the influence of Renaissance aesthetics can be seen in fashion, film, and modern design, proving that the movement's artistic principles still shape visual culture. Ultimately, the fascination with Renaissance art endures because it speaks to something fundamental about the human experience. Its beauty, innovation, and depth transcend time, ensuring that these masterpieces remain as relevant and inspiring today as they were centuries ago. The global dissemination of Renaissance art and ideas. The Renaissance was not confined to Italy or even Europe. It sparked a cultural transformation that spread across continents, influencing art, philosophy, science, and society. The dissemination of Renaissance art and ideas was driven by trade, exploration, printed books, and the movement of artists and scholars, ensuring that its impact reached far beyond its origins. One of the key factors in this spread was the invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the mid-15th century. This technological breakthrough allowed for the mass production of books, making Renaissance ideas on humanism, classical learning, and artistic techniques more accessible. Texts by thinkers such as Leonardo da Vinci, Alberti, and Vasari, as well as the treatises on perspective and anatomy, circulated widely, influencing artists and intellectuals across Europe and beyond. Trade and exploration played a significant role in carrying Renaissance aesthetics to different parts of the world. As European powers like Spain and Portugal expanded their territories, they brought Renaissance artistic styles and architectural principles with them. In Spain, the influence of Italian Renaissance masters merged with local traditions, resulting in a unique artistic fusion. Similarly, as the Portuguese established trade routes in Asia and South America, they introduced Renaissance-inspired religious art and European artistic techniques to new regions. Artists themselves also contributed to this global spread. Many traveled across Europe to study and work in different courts and cities. Albrecht Dürer, for instance, brought Italian Renaissance ideas back to Germany, incorporating linear perspective and classical proportions into Northern European art. Flemish painters like Jan van Eyck and Hieronymus Bosch blended Renaissance realism with their own styles, influencing art movements in France, England, and Spain. The Catholic Church played a major role in spreading Renaissance art and thought. Missionary efforts in the Americas and Asia introduced European artistic traditions to indigenous cultures, leading to unique blends of Renaissance techniques with local artistic styles. In China and Japan, Jesuit missionaries introduced Western perspective and oil painting, influencing local artists and court painters. By the 17th century, Renaissance ideals had taken root worldwide, shaping the Baroque movement and later artistic developments. The emphasis on realism, human emotion, and classical inspiration laid the foundation for artistic traditions in both Europe and colonized regions. Today, Renaissance art remains a global touchstone, admired and studied in museums, universities, and art academies worldwide, proving that its influence is not just historical, but enduring. Chapter 13. Conclusion. The Italian Renaissance was a transformative period that reshaped art, culture, and intellectual thought, leaving a lasting impact on the world. It marked a shift from the medieval worldview to one that celebrated human potential, artistic innovation, and scientific inquiry. The masterpieces created during this time, from Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa to Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel, remain some of the most celebrated works in history, embodying the ideals of beauty, balance, and technical mastery. The influence of the Renaissance extended beyond Italy, shaping artistic movements across Europe and later inspiring global artistic traditions. The Northern Renaissance, with figures like Jan van Eyck and Albrecht Dürer, adapted Italian techniques to their own cultural contexts, demonstrating the adaptability and universality of Renaissance ideals. Meanwhile, trade, exploration, and the printing press ensured that Renaissance ideas reached new audiences, fueling intellectual movements such as the Enlightenment and modern scientific thought. One of the defining aspects of the Renaissance was its ability to bridge the past and the future. By reviving classical ideals and combining them with new discoveries in anatomy, perspective, and naturalism, Renaissance artists and thinkers created a foundation for future generations. Their innovations influenced Baroque art, the neoclassical movement, and even modern artistic expressions. The study of Renaissance works continues to shape art education and appreciation today, reinforcing the era's enduring legacy. Despite its remarkable achievements, the Renaissance was not without its challenges. Social structures remained rigid, limiting opportunities for many, particularly women and lower-class artists. Religious tensions also played a role in shaping artistic production, as seen in the Reformation and Counter-Reformation. Yet, these challenges did not stifle creativity. Rather, they led to some of the most profound and thought-provoking works of the period. In the modern world, the Renaissance remains a source of inspiration, not just in art, but in philosophy, science, and humanism. The themes of individual creativity, intellectual curiosity, and artistic excellence continue to resonate, reminding us of the power of human expression. Whether through museum exhibitions, academic studies, or digital recreations, Renaissance art and ideas are preserved, admired, and reinterpreted by new generations. The Renaissance was more than just a historical period. It was a revolution in thought and creativity that continues to shape the way we see the world. Its legacy endures, proving that the pursuit of knowledge, beauty, and innovation is timeless.